I personally have moved to a state of mind where I don't come down from connection to my higher self. I don't come down to connection from higher consciousness. I'm actually in the altered state of mind at all times. And this is why I kind of call my life a living prayer, because I had a lack of motivation in my own life. Because no matter what I did, no matter who I talked to, no matter what medication I was on in the past, I could not heal myself. I could not do anything because it wasn't helping. And I needed to seek a different type of healing. I needed to seek a healing that was inside of my mind and body, not something that was altering what was going on with me already. It was to heal instead of ignore, which everybody should be on a medication if they need it, which is completely okay. But I have picked up a lot of energy from past and also from present of trying to understand how to connect to consciousness. I did connect to consciousness while I was on a medication multiple times throughout my life. So it's completely possible to do it, but you do not need to trip on drugs. You do not need to take mushrooms. You do not need to smoke marijuana. You do not need to put anything up your nose. You don't need to even drink. But if you are trying to connect to consciousness, you can drink just a little bit to ease up on your energy so that you're not as scared, so that you're a little bit looser within your energy to connect. And this may be why when you are around psychics, or personally me, if I ever drink, I tell my entire future. And unfortunately, it's most likely a punishment for me because I don't remember, and those around me do. So understanding that, it's very important to understand that you can use anything around you to get to where you are, but you don't have to. There is possibilities to connect with consciousness and altered states of mind on drugs or any type of substance, but you do not have to. And if you do it without and connect without, you actually have a greater connection. You have a stronger understanding, and you have more ability to keep that connection with you and keep that altered state of mind with you, instead of feeling like you're only able to pass or connect to that energy when you are in an altered state of mind with a substance. Understanding that, there's also a couple of other things I picked up on. Using marijuana is completely okay, but if you are in fear all the time, you will cause yourself to go into episodes. This will cause you to go into episodes of fear, and this can cause you to go into psychosis, especially if you are overusing marijuana, especially if you are using any substance and you are in fear and you're freaking yourself out. You can go into a psychosis type of energy. Every time you smoke, this may be sometimes when energies around me and past have tried to use marijuana to connect. After finding out what I did, went into a psychosis type of energy. Because when you are trying to do something out of ego and you are pushing and connecting very far out of want instead of need, you're not going to get what you want. So that's why it's so important to be truthful with yourself, because when connecting with an altered state of mind, when reaching to any type of energy, you want to be truthful in why, not out of want. The why needs to be for positive intention, even though some energies can use it for negative intention, and that's your choice. But the point is to be completely aware and conscious of why, and stretch to that energy and connect with that energy without being in fear, and with complete understanding of what you're doing as well, because energy will sit with you negatively if you are doing something negative and if you are in a negative mind space. That's why it's so important to seek healing of all sorts, especially therapy. Any type of therapy, all types of therapy needs to be seeking. So there's energy that's seeking this connection. That's very important. There's energy around me, energy in my collective that is seeking the connection with higher consciousness, but it's very important to understand you need to have healed a lot of wounds so that you are not in fear. And you also need to be truthful with yourself, which is why therapy is so important. So understanding that if you are seeking that connection to higher consciousness, you need to have full and complete truth of why. And if you are very negative, if you are doing things out of hate, out of negativity, out of disruption of others' energy, you may not be rewarded by the energy that sits with you. Your spirit team may backtrack you farther instead of helping you forward, because consciousness and higher consciousness, higher self, is moving out of the good of all and harm to none. And this includes healing for all. And ego is kind of moving out of your own want, your own need, and selfishness. So it's very important to understand if you're seeking healing, seeking higher consciousness, seeking a God energy, seeking your spirit team is exactly what you need to do. And even if you may be receiving negative information from your spirit team about something around you, it is the better of all, or the better for you at least, so that you can understand how to protect yourself and so that you can stop what is going on around you so that the others around you can learn. And this is kind of why I sat in negative energy previously. I did speak last week about picking up negative energy and having to sit in the mind state with negative energy and a negative energy source that was protecting me. And this is because I was receiving it. And if you ignore it, unfortunately, you can't understand it. So I connected with a goddess energy that protected me and helped me understand a ton about receiving energy, about healing energy. And I also used the negativity that was sent to me to heal my wounds instead of project them, which is very important, because if you are trying to connect with higher consciousness, if you're trying to connect with higher self or somebody else's, you are actually projecting wounds out of negativity, and you're not doing anything good for you. And essentially, you're going to get in trouble either with your own energy or your spirit team. And this is why it's so important to be truthful with yourself and to understand that you don't need to use a substance to alter your state of mind, and that you need to heal the wounds that are going on within your own mind and body before you are seeking any type of energy healing. Or you can use them at the same time. You can seek an energy healer. You can do energy healing on your own while going to therapy. And you can do that on your own pace as well, or at your own pace, which is very important, because energy is for you. Energy is for you to use. Energy is for your pace, your healing, and you're destined to be able to do that for yourself. It is everyone's destiny to be able to seek consciousness, everyone's destiny to be able to be connected with consciousness and use consciousness, but it's not your destiny to project negativity because you want to connect, or project negativity because you're jealous that others can. So it's very important to understand that connecting with consciousness is the better for all. And even if you are doing that out of negativity and you are projecting a wound, especially those who projected to me in the past, it's very important to understand I do know about some of the things that you've done, and this is because I needed to learn, not only to be able to help myself, but to be able to teach those around me from the experiences that you caused in my life. And this has caused me to be able to heal so many other people around me. This has caused me to be able to help so many people, especially women, especially mothers, people in relationships. It's very important to understand consciousness is the good of all and harm to none. And even if some difficult things are going on around you because of your actions, this is to make you learn. This is not projecting negativity onto you. This is to make you learn from your own actions, and these actions or situations around you are actually coming from your own spirit team, as nobody can really project a ton of negativity within higher consciousness. Higher consciousness uses your actions or my actions or anyone's actions to help people heal, to help people understand, and to help people gain knowledge, which is exactly why I am where I am. That's how I am, the person that I am, and that's why I'm so truthful, because of what others have done to me with energy. And that is why I am so great at what I do, is because of what others have projected and what I had to learn to protect myself and my family from, which is very, very important. I also want to state one thing. I do not send any negative energy to anybody. I do not project negative energy, even though I speak and connect with all sorts of energy on a daily basis. It's very important to understand I actually don't ask to send any energy. I don't do any type of work to send energy, and I only do positive energy healing. So if you're afraid of receiving negative energy from me, maybe understand a little bit that you're receiving energy from your own spirit team. I only sit with specific energy and God energy to protect and heal myself, as well as heal others. So understanding that, I do want to state just a few things before I get into a call. There are discounted sessions on my website. I currently have my sessions discounted online because I am looking to open up to a larger collective. I know that I have a lot of clients watching here on the radio show, on Facebook, on Twitch. It's really important to understand that I'm open to healing anybody, even if you're sitting in negative energy, no matter who you are, no matter how you feel. It's very important to understand that you can connect to any energy, you can release any energy. And if you want to book a session online, I will read you, I will help you heal. And I also teach Reiki healing 1 and 2. And I also teach others to get into their spiritual gifts. Whether you're a psychic medium or you're just an intuitive reader, I help read into all of that energy. And I currently have those wow. Yeah. I currently have those sessions for you to be booked at a discounted rate. And it's very important to understand if there's anyone hiding in the bushes, you can come out now. You don't need to be afraid. Again, I'm not sending any negative energy. I'm not trying to hurt anybody. There has been people watching me for quite a while wondering if I'm going to hit back after what you've done. And I'm not. I'm not. Your spirit team is going to take care of that for me because I don't have time for that. I have a family. I have a full-time job. I have a life, and I do this to take care of my family, my kids, my husband, and support myself. So don't be scared anymore and take care of yourself. But I'm going to take the next caller that I have this week. And this is Angela from Colorado.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Okay, so this evening, are you looking to connect with a general energy, a spirit? What are we looking for here on this session?
Just general.
Okay, so within a general session, I always tell my clients, you don't have to tell me anything, and I'm just gonna give you a little bit of information and you can confirm that for me. So sitting around in your aura, it's actually looking purple to me, which is awesome because that is divine energy connection. I'm seeing purple in your crown, and this is connection to divine consciousness and your spirit team. Are you aware that you have spiritual gifts?
Yes.
Okay. And are you looking for some type of cleansing? I do see that you have a root chakra blockage and also a sacral chakra blockage.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay. So looking at your chakra body with Reiki healing energy, I see that you have a root chakra blockage, and this may be because your partner has instilled a little bit of doubt in you. And this is either from a conversation that you had recently, or this is because of an experience that's going on around you where you feel like you know what's going on, but they are a little bit afraid of what's going on. Does this sound correct?
In regards to work, yes.
Okay. So understanding that, it's very important to know that you are in your own energy. You are in divine energy, and your partner doesn't necessarily understand what's going on at all times because they don't have the enlightenment or the divine connection that you have, as your partner does seem to be a little bit in fear just because you kind of seem to control everything and they don't know how that's possible. So I'm actually
I don't have a partner, so.
Oh, okay. So this is very interesting because I actually see that you have a sacral chakra tie. Are you speaking to anybody energetically even?
No.
Okay. So understanding the tie, this may actually be from a past partner. Did you remove a connection within the last 6 months to a year?
No.
Okay. So understanding that you may have a sacral tie with a past partner that was never cut. It's very important to understand that if you would like, I can actually connect with Archangel Michael as well to cut that tie because this has been draining you. Either you are thinking of someone in the past that you were connected to, or you have a partner that is thinking of you a lot in the past.
Okay.
Or from the past. So if you're comfortable with that, I can ask Archangel Michael to cut that tie, and that will help connect with your sacral chakra and help release some of that energy so that you have a free flow of energy throughout your body.
Okay.
Okay. So understanding that, did you have a partner when you were getting into your spiritual gifts?
Yes.
Okay, so that might be where the partner is at in the past. And they actually, I see that they're thinking of you often and even possibly sexually. This is why you have a sacral chakra tie. It's very important to understand they may be lusting after you, and because you are so open with spiritual energy, you may have either kept the tie that you had within your body to theirs, or they sent energy to you and you may have received it, and that created an energetic tie. So he is going to cut that. Archangel Michael is going to cut that, and we're actually going to pull that doubt from your energy. Understanding that that doubt was sitting on your root chakra and you had that sacral chakra tie, it is actually being pulled from your body. So it's pulling energy from your body and draining you a little bit. This may also be causing doubt within your energy because you are being drained and you don't have full control of all of your energy. So with that tie cut and your root chakra blockage cleared, you should have a little bit more of understanding and control over your energetic body as well. I also do see you have a tie in the heart chakra. Do you have a small animal?
Yes, I have 3 with me right now and several that have passed.
Okay, so I'm seeing that the animals that are present with you, I do see 4 or 5 that are connected to you right now. So there's either your 3 physical with you and you have 2 spiritually sitting with you right now. I do hear cats, so this may be small cats that you have.
I have 2 cats and a small dog with me, and then I have other cats that have passed. Yes.
Okay. So within that understanding, it's very important to understand that cats are very spiritual beings, and these animals are sitting with you to either draw energy to you or pull energy from you when you calm down. So it's very important to understand that you need to be a little bit more open when you're connecting with these animals so that they can pull energy from you, or to be able to seek regular Reiki healings would be great as well, because they are kind of using Reiki energy to pull from you. So.
Okay. Do you have like do you have a hit on the partner you keep talking about, like a first initial?
I hear R.
My ex-husband, R. Okay, yeah. My daughter's dad died a year and a half ago, and we were married at the time when I started doing the spiritual stuff.
Okay, yeah, I do hear an R. So if that's familiar with you, it may be present. I don't see that it's a spiritual energy connecting to you. I actually do see that it's a physical energy that is thinking about you in the 3D. So.
Okay.
It's either someone you are connected with in the past or someone that thinks about you a lot.
Interesting. Okay.
Okay. Is there anything else I could do for you?
No. No.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for coming on the show, and I hope nothing but the best for you.
Thank you very much.
I now have Elizabeth here on the line.
Hello?
Hi.
Thank you for taking my call. I'm very excited.
Yeah, thank you so much for waiting. What can I get into for you today on energy?
I'm just open. What?
Okay, so you're open. You're just open for a general reading. I have 7 minutes. I have 7 minutes here left on my show. I do have a grandfather with you, though. I do have a grandfather. Have you been thinking of him recently?
No.
No?
I didn't really know my grandfather. So.
Okay, so that's another important thing to note. If you are going into a healing journey, which I see you're trying to actually heal from a wound on your heart chakra, is this correct?
Say it again. I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
I'm hearing and feeling that you have a possible wound on your heart chakra that you may be healing from. Did you recently go through a painful experience?
No.
No? Okay, so it sounds like you may have a wound on your heart chakra from past then, and you may need a little bit of healing energy. So I have your grandfather sitting with me, and knives may be very significant. So if he collected knives, which you may not possibly know if you didn't know him very well, but a knife is very significant. He's showing me that. So there must be something that you need to cut out of your life, or that you have cut out of your life that either subconsciously created a wound for you or did create a wound that you just are unaware of in the past. There are some situations around you that may have caused you a little bit of pain, and it's really important to understand these are actually coming from others' ego being projected onto you instead of you sitting fully in your heart center. So you are being asked by this grandfather to release the pain that you have around how others are talking to you and judging you, which is very important. And I'm also going to use Reiki healing to pull some of the energy from your heart chakra and clear that as well. How are you feeling about that?
Good.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Understanding, I also have information about your feet is coming up a little bit. You may either want to get a pedicure or you energetically need to be taken care of. And your feet are where you ground yourself, even though your root chakra sits at the base of your spine. Your feet are where you feel grounded because the bottom of your body is actually connected to your whole entire the whole entire bottom of your body is connected to your root chakra. So being able to release some of the judgment that's around you, it's very important to ground yourself, and getting a pedicure and getting some self-care for you in any way that be. But I am hearing a pedicure is really going to help you feel loved or feel love even for yourself to be able to refill your own cup. So this may be something that's very significant for you.
Okay.
Let's see if there's anything else. I'm kind of rubbing the palm of my hand, and I'm also hearing the word desert. Have you been recently wanting to travel somewhere?
No.
Okay. Okay, so this may be a sign spiritually that you feel dried out then, or you're being asked to travel a little bit and take yourself somewhere. I also did hear the word Texas. So it's very important to understand you may be traveling soon, or you may feel dried out. You may feel tired. You may feel like energy has been drained from you and you almost just are tired all the time. Also, I am picking up a little bit about your dream state when it comes to being tired. Are you aware that you have prophetic dreams?
That I have what dreams? Say it again. I'm sorry.
They're prophetic dream. This means that you can see or understand energy from your spirit team through your dream state?
No, I wasn't aware. Yeah, no.
Okay. Are you aware of your dreams at all? Do you remember them when you wake up?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So you are kind of being asked from your spirit team to keep a journal and copy down what you are thinking about while you're asleep, what is coming up. Because during the day, the more awareness that you give them, the more understanding you will actually have of what is going on or being told to you in your dream state. This also does mean that you have spiritual gifts as well. So it's important to understand the more awareness that you give this, the more that you will be able to understand your spiritual gifts that you will be either getting into or keeping to the side. I did hear that you may have had a dream about a small dog recently. So it's important to understand if you're having that dream, even if it seems like it could be crazy out there, there are huge messages that can come from these dreams. Even something so much as a nightmare, it's very important to understand there's even a message to be received. As long as you disconnect from the emotion within the dream, you can understand if you kind of look at it with a clearer picture without emotions and pull yourself back, you'll be able to learn a little bit either about what you're going to do the next day or things that you need to understand. Okay, let's see. I'm picking up a little bit more too. I'm still kind of rubbing the palm of my hand. So kind of the last message here is to give yourself a little bit of a congratulations, calm yourself. Because a lot of people around you didn't treat you well, and you are doing awesome. You're doing great. A lot of people misjudged you, and you were misguided, but you're doing great. So you need to kind of congratulate yourself and let yourself relax a little bit.
Okay.
I have 30 seconds left on the line, so if there's anything else I could do for you, I'd love for you to reach out to me, but I hope you're having a wonderful night, and I hope you have a wonderful evening.
Well, thank you very much. I so appreciate this.
Yeah, of course. Okay, thank you so much. Happy Wednesday, and don't forget, don't project negative energy, and if you do, it's your problem. Nobody else's. It's your problem to take care of, and again, seriously, heal yourself, love yourself, and who you are is what you project. So project positivity and love yourself and your family, because this is what's going to get you where you are. And tell the damn truth. Tell the truth. Always tell the truth and accept who you are so that you can accept others and what's around you.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Hi. Well, it's great to welcome you here to Moonstruck TV, A1R Radio, Psychic Radio, with some of the best psychics, mediums, clairvoyants, and seers in the world. That's what we are. Now, I'm from London here in the UK, and it's a pleasure to meet you on the show. We are broadcasting across the USA, and I think it is about 2:00 in the afternoon there. And over here in the UK, it's 7:00 in the evening, and we're ready to do some live readings on the show. I will be showing you my cards here. These are my romantic tarot cards, and I use these in your readings for timescales. You can see we've got some lovely pictures on here. This card here is one of the lovers. It's a very important lover's card, because this is one of a more mature relationship, two adults coming together, deciding to be with each other. So we're past that flush of young love here. We are in for a very considered and mature relationship, which should be the love of our life. So I wonder if tonight one of our callers is actually going to draw the lover's card. That would be cool, wouldn't it? Cool. It's one of those words, isn't it? It's not very cool here in the UK. No, we're having a heat wave and nobody can cope with it because we're just not used to it. We're used to rain and we haven't had any rain. So just giving you in the States there and across in Australia too, just giving you a bit of a weather forecast for the UK. We're not very happy at all. So I'm powering on through this evening and this afternoon for you guys over there in the States. Now, I wonder who knows about clairvoyance and who knows about mediumship. What is the difference? Well, I've been writing about this, and the difference here is between psychic and clairvoyance. Now, psychic really connects to your past, your present, and your future. So we're looking for something that we can understand from your past in a reading, something that is really relevant to you today, what's happening in your present circumstances. And we're looking for that next phase in the future. So we've got Erica, I feel, on the line. Now I wonder what is going to come through for Erica. Hello there. You're through to Eleanor Grace. Can you hear me there, Erica?
Hi, I can. How's your day going?
Hi, I'm doing great, How are you? You sound really jolly and cheerful and full of bright lights. And that's what I feel inside your soul here, inside that little, area of energy in your heart chakra. That's where I'm going. I just feel that everything is really quite abundant. I've got an angel card as well that I want to show you. This is one of my cards. And I've just taken this. I've been connecting to your voice. This is a card that says take action. So something in your life now is calling you to do something, to make a decision, to make a plan, perhaps to really decide upon a course of action. You are being guided here to take action. And now let's have a look and see what that is about. I'm just going to pull a couple of cards and really focus onto those cards to see what we can see. Now, look at here. You've got the Ace of Wands. This is a wonderful, wonderful card in my romantic tarot deck. And this is all about you being given an opportunity. But it's a good one. It's not just a fake opportunity where you think, oh, here we go again. This is around your career and your opportunities for success. And with it being the ace that you have drawn from the tarot, this is something that you just cannot miss. You will have to endeavor this particular situation, and you'll have to act upon it because we have those two cards together. We've got take action here from the angel cards, and we've got the Ace of Wands here for you. So if you're looking or even contemplating, thinking just a little bit about changing direction now, looking to see where you can take a leap ahead, a leap forward in your career, this is the time to do it. You've got to grab your opportunities while they come along. And we all have to do that. But this for you is a really, really special time. I also feel that there's a repatriation that you have with an ex or somebody that you've really cared about, and there's been something missing. Perhaps a conversation that needs to happen now where you reconcile your differences, you agree to disagree, you agree to just be very kind to one another. Is that your circumstance? Have you got this sense of wanting to make things up? Is that correct for you?
I believe so, yep.
Yeah, okay. And what about your career here? Are you wanting to take that leap of faith and just take a big decision? It's like close your eyes and hold on to your nose, jump in, and you will realize that it's not too deep. You can swim. You can really take the initiative, and that will see you make great gains in your life. I'm looking here at a pathway for you, and I feel your pathway is getting longer and longer and longer, that you are about to go right back to the beginning again. So maybe you've got into a little bit of a muddle and not quite sure which way to turn. Would you say that that's true in your life, that you've been a bit confused? Not confused, because you're not a confused person, but you're just deliberating, which way shall I go? Now, interestingly, in your pathway, I've got 3 different routes that you can take, 3 avenues that you can travel down. You can't go back, though. So nothing that you have done already is going to be relevant in the future, except to bring you an exceptional amount of expertise and wisdom and knowledge. And I see you as a clever person. I think that you've got your head screwed on, that you like to know where you're going, and you can really push yourself a long way, and that's the pathway that I've got. It's a very long, winding road for you. So where are we here then now in your reading? Because we want this taking action, this card that I've taken here, and we know that the reason for that is a new start here in your career. It's grabbing hold of an opportunity. Whilst you're in the midst of all of this here, you will also be reconnecting with somebody who you have great depth of feeling for, but there's been some miscommunication or misunderstanding. So where are we now? Are you looking to take a new direction in your career? Let's start there. Yeah? Is that something that you're doing?
Yes, that's 100% correct.
Okay.
I've already took a leap and I'm just waiting.
I just want you to come back to me and say, yes, that's what's going on. And then we can look at the next bit that is going to happen. So it's really, really significant, this card. It's a very fortunate turn of events for you. As somebody is going to be helping you greatly here in your endeavor. And we've got another ace. This is an ace of swords. This is a lady. When you've got two aces like that, I mean, you just can't ignore it. You know, it's not something at all that you can ignore. So at this particular time, you've really got to be able to focus onto your new beginnings. And that is going to show you what you've got to do. You've got to apply your mind here to that new sense of direction. And you've also got to be thinking very, very strongly about which way you want to go, you know, how you want to turn these events into your favor. So with the next set of circumstances for you, you will make that difference up. You will be looking at the direction in which you want to go. You will also be taking the initiative because you're clever, and that's something that you will want to do. I feel that higher learning is going to be there. I also feel that you need to push yourself. Perhaps you don't believe in yourself as much as you should do here. Do you feel that lack of confidence inside of you sometimes? Is that what I'm connecting to here?
Into this particular career that I've kind of take a jump start at, yes. We have a lot of training to do so far.
Do you? Is that going to involve anything medically? Because I feel that there's like lots of medical symbols that I'm getting here. It could be scientific, of course, but it seems to be varying very much onto that mathematical, analytical side of life. Is that how your brain works? Because I feel that you're very good at this and you're going to be recognized. You'll go very far. So what is it that you're planning on doing for your training in this opportunity?
I'm going to be pursuing, again, as I've done in the past, firefighting and EMS as well.
Are you? Okay. So it's a really big, big subject matter and something that you are going to tackle. And this time it's about taking action. It's about saying, yeah, I can do this. And I'm going to let anything stop me at all. So well done to you. Don't forget about that repatriation. Be kind as well to those people that you've met in the past. There's great things happening, and I think you've got some really important choices coming up in the very near future. That September as a month is very important to you, but so is January. So look out for birthday celebrations at that time. I think by January, you will have turned your life around and you will be very much more settled. You won't be questioning so much about what to do. And remember, two aces here, dynamic forces that are catapulting you forward. You don't have a choice. That's what you've got to do. Go forward. So best of luck. And it's been lovely to read for you here on the show. Ashley in, not quite sure where you are, Ashley, but I do have you on the line, hopefully. You're through to Eleanor Grace. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Hi.
Hello. Let's have a look at you. Good afternoon, good evening to you. I'm reading for you from London here. Oh, Buffalo, New York. I thought it was.
Yeah.
I didn't want to get the wrong place because people could be offended if we got the wrong place. But I am learning a great deal about the USA. I'm going around all of the different states. That's what I'm doing. As I'm here in little old London, just outside Buckinghamshire. That's where I am based. So not too far from the Queen. You never know.
Nice.
Might go see the castle. Okay, now, Ashley, let me see where we're going to with you. I'm just shuffling a couple of cards here, and I'm going to take some just right in the middle of the deck of cards. Now, let's see what you have got. You've got Justice. This is what's coming through for you. And this is the card of Justice, which is the balance and the harmony. The next card that you've got from Angels here is really unusual. This is, you just don't get this. This is abundance. You're being told here, Ashley, that whatever decisions that you are about to make is as a result of the justice that you have in fact received. So the justice card is when the truth comes out, when everything is revealed, and when you are in a position where throughout all of the trials and tribulations that you may have been through this year, the last couple of years, whatever period of time, abundance is going to be the outcome. So you will be feeling as though everything is much lighter, that you've got your reward, that you are now going to be in receipt of a certain level of calm in your life, but also emotional well-being and happiness, and this truth coming out. So when we're talking about truth coming out, we're talking about your life and the difficulties that you're having in your life, Ashley. And I feel as though everything has just been a bit overwhelming, that perhaps you have been misled and misguided. Now, I do have this character here. He's a king, and he is a very clever person. He's really quite smart. He can manipulate, and he can really make you feel happy, make you feel joyful in your heart, and make you laugh. So he's got lots and lots of skills, this character has. And I feel that he is the person that you're sort of finding out about deep down here in your heart, in your soul. Are you in this relationship now because it's important for you to be making decisions about this man?
I'm not in a relationship right now.
Well, who is the most recent person, Ashley, in your life? Because he's coming back, he's popping up, he's here. So who was that? Who was that character? Was it somebody that you cared about but had to dismiss? Because you have facts here.
I misled him?
No. Is that what you did?
I know I'm asking if that's what you just said. Something is misled.
No, you have been misled, and the facts of that, the information is going to be revealed to you. So something was hidden. Let's talk about what was hidden between you and him, between this particular character here, because he's showing up as really being in the present, but in actual fact is in the past, and he's present in your subconscious. So it's something that you're still very much connected to. Would you agree with that?
100%.
Okay, all right.
It's unfinished. Yes, it's kind of, it was, yes.
Yeah.
And it's very recent, very recent. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's why he's here in your reading, Ashley. And I'm glad that we've settled that, because it's important to know where the characters are, why they're there, and why I'm seeing them. because the truth is coming out. There's something else that is to be revealed. Let's have a little look and see what that is. Here's your separation. So you've done that. That's been and gone. And it's still painful because you're still crossing your heart and protecting yourself. And you are actually being protected. You're being looked after. And that's not easy. You know, when spirit come in, it's not easy for you to... I'm wanting to sneeze here. And when I want to sneeze, when I'm getting that sort of sensation, it's always because spirit is close. So you're being guided here, Ashley, and you're being taken down a new route, and it's beneficial to you, and it's going to produce amazing results. At the moment, I want to show you this card. It's really skating along the surface of things. You know, it's that water skiing, and it really is important that you think, yeah, okay, you know, I'm just about surviving here. I'm just about managing to keep myself going, to keep myself upright, and to be in control of my emotions and to have that sense of abundance. So I'm going to show you this card again. It is abundance. So something new is happening. Even though you've got unfinished business from the past, there's angels around you, angel guides that are here. And these are loved ones who passed over. I feel that there's a lady very prominent with you. I want to give you the initial of P. It's like a pet. That's the sort of, maybe it's a nickname or something, a pet name, but a grandmother, great-grandmother, she's here, initial P. Does that mean anything to you? Let's just establish that connection first of all here, Ashley.
Yeah, well, my mom's grandmother, I guess that would be my great-grandmother,
yeah.
is a P.
Okay, she's a P.
I never met her, though. Yeah.
No?
But then also my grandmother's last name is a P as well. Starts with
okay. Oh, we've got P's coming through here. Yeah. All right. It's a very sort of quick reading. They always are when we're on our show, because it's really just giving you a taste and a flavour of what can happen in a longer reading. But she's here, and I was shown this P, and she's really saying to you, look, you know, you're special. She's your ancestor. It doesn't matter whether she's met you in person or not. The soul connection is powerful and it's strong. And it's you being able to receive the angelic forces around you, which are those of abundance. And that's very clear. So the abundant energy is making sure that even though this was a relationship that really, you know, was quite draining on you and recent and unfinished, and you want to be able to talk to him. You want to be able to say to him, what happened? You know, what was going on? What was this all about? Why did it end in this way? And I feel that he just turned his back. He just flipped his emotions, switched them off. And very often people do this because they can't cope. They don't know what to do next. And I think that that's what happened to him. I don't feel that it was your fault or really anything to do with you. Not really. You know, I feel that he was perhaps struggling with what the expectation would be of him. What's the next stage that he's got to get to? And that's where he's failed you. And whatever you do now, it's never going to replace that sense of failure with him. So even though you're hoping that this is going to mean that he can come back to you and maybe you can talk, maybe you can just think about, you know, those senses that you have and feel, yeah, it might be all right. Let's hope that it will be all right. But in reality, you're being given here a message from Spirit to say, look for pastures new, look for that opportunity in the future, because the abundance won't go away. So I feel that very, very quickly you will find yourself feeling extremely happy. and that this is where you want to be shining. You want your light to shine. This is your next card from the tarot. It's a card of the sun, and it is about lots of opportunities for admiration, for other people to recognize just how wonderful you are. And you are, Ashley. You've got so much that you have to share with other people. You've got so much that you can do for yourself. So I think that you're making a very quick and rapid series of decisions going forward from the end of this month, going forward from August, September, October, November, December. Those 4 months, I think each month you're going to give yourself a goal. You're going to say, this is what I'm going to achieve in a short period of time. And you will do it. You will achieve it. And then the next one, and then the next one. Listen to your grandmother. You're good at this, though, aren't you? Is this something that you do? Yeah, plot, plan, scheme.
Yeah. Right.
Get yourself into that sort of really, really strong connection, and then you will succeed massively. You've got the sun card here. You can't go wrong. Everything is raining down on you with sort of happiness, sun showers of brilliance. And that's your light that you want to see shining. That's who you are and how you are going to be able to grapple with your circumstances and take yourself forward. Listen out for spirit. I want you to do this because when you're dreaming at night time, your subconscious is maneuvering. It's working away. And that means that you are connecting to your grandmother, your great grandmother, and to those angels that are coming in. And sort of the angel energy is just all about those loved ones that, you know, we've had connections with, and it's making sure that you're staying on track because you've got a big life and you don't want to throw it away on wasted emotion or wasted energy, and you are being given this route. The Fool card is next. It's your final card. This is about taking everything right back to the beginning again. It's the innocent young person who is starting out. You're not innocent, you're not overly young, but you are starting out again. And I wish you all the best, Ashley. It's been wonderful to read for you. And do come back and speak to me again. You can book appointments straight through my website. Even though I'm in London, we can deal with the time difference. So thank you for coming in onto the show. And I look forward to seeing you all again, same time next week, for Eleanor Grace Psychic Destiny Show. And you can get more information all about me on gracedestiny.com. That's my website.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Judith Miller in Spirit with Judith Miller. Judith Miller. Live from Miller-Judith.com/Judith-Miller. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Judith Miller and Spirit on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone. Or should I say good morning if you're across the water. It's Judith Miller with Spirit, and it's lovely to join you again this week. Before I do a connection with the spirit world, I wanted to talk about some of the misconceptions that we have thought we needed to follow as throughout the years. I always talk about we all have a team around us. We all have a spiritual team around us, and we do. We all have a purpose in this life. Might be slightly different in different ways, but part of that purpose is to reconnect with each other and to share our journeys and go forward. And sometimes people will say to me, is there a heaven? Is there a hell? So my spirit team and spirit has always shown me that what we live in is what we create. If we wish to live in a world of heaven, then we have to put those actions to those thoughts and create that world. Likewise, if we want to live in a negative world, we can live in a negative world. So people used to think in the old days, I want to say the old days, because mediumship really has moved on, how we can evolve. Spirit has evolved massively, so have we, in how we can work with spirit and the things that we can do. And I do want to talk about, people would say, will my loved one come forward? Will my loved one know that I want to talk to them? Yes. Your loved one hears every word you talk to them. They hear your thoughts. They feel your emotions. They know what you're doing. So whenever we do connect to a loved one in spirit, they will always try to give little validations, not just of their life, but what's going on in your life. Maybe where you have been, maybe where you're going, or maybe what you're doing. But they will validate with little clippets of what's going on in your world right now. So the misconception people used to always believe was that you had to be chosen to have a spirit team. You had to be chosen to work with spirit. No, you don't. Just by coming here on earth, you were chosen. Every single one of us is chosen. We might have come to take on a certain purpose and help support each other along the way. But please know, there is no hierarchy in this world. No hierarchy in any way. We create the hierarchies that we allow. So it's important that we remember that we're all important. We're all as important as each other. And you, every single one of you, has a purpose in this life. So never ever let anyone think that you're any lower than them or any higher, because we're all the same. But please know that just by being here, you were chosen. You were chosen to follow a path that's unique to you, a blueprint that is unique to you. and your journey going forward. We all will learn lessons, and some of them will be very hard lessons, but they're lessons we need to learn, to evolve and to grow through, and to help others along the way. So whenever you're going forward in your day and you're curious as to, does my loved one hear me? Does my loved one see me? Ask for that little sign, and they will leave that little sign. Ask your spirit team to help show you the path, the way, to help guide. Our spirit teams, I always say, are our biggest cheerleaders. They were our biggest supporters. We just have to allow them to help us. They're not really able to keep interfering and make changes and make decisions for us. What they can do is help you understand what is right and what is wrong. And by doing that, the easiest way for them to help do that for you is through your own intuition. So when we get a feeling in our stomach, that intuition, if we get a feeling of uncomfortable, we're not sure, we're questioning something, but we're really not sure of the decision we want to make, take a step back. There's a reason why we feel like that. And when we aren't communicating with our spirit team, we are not verbally communicating with our spirit team. They are communicating with us through our intuition. So they will always connect with us. They will always guide us. Try different techniques. Know your own angels and guides are there to support you. Ask them. If you're going to make a decision and you're not sure, ask them to help you. And then silence the mind, relax the body, and wait till you see what you feel. And if you feel excited and happy, that's the right move for you. If you feel nervous and uncomfortable, question it. Take a step back. Your intuition will always guide you. I call it our internal sat-navs. It can't go wrong. Not so much like the sat-nav in the cars, because mine goes wrong all the time, but my own spiritual intuition is never wrong, and neither is yours. So don't be afraid to connect to your own spirit team. Don't be afraid to know that you have one, and they are just itching to spend time with you, as they do, but for you to know they're there. Okay? So if anybody ever tells you that you're not able to do what I do, what anybody else does, remember you were chosen. You were chosen to come to the earth. You are psychic. You have abilities. You just have to want to use them. Okay? So let me see, whose caller have we got on today? Hi, Chris. We've got Chris from Florida. Hi.
Yeah.
How are you?
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you, Chris?
Confused, sad.
Confused.
Just kind of need to have something either good happen or know that something good's about to happen.
Okay. You're an awful worrier, Chris.
Yeah.
I want to say, if you don't have anything to worry about, you will worry about not having something to worry about. I sense you're always on edge. You're always quite an anxious person. Would you understand, Chris? It's been hard for you recently over the last few years, and I feel it's kept you in kind of a loop of a disbelief, like a negative kind of waiting for I want to say it's like you're scared to be happy because you're just waiting for everything to go wrong. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
Okay. So, Chris, when we're in, I always say to people, and I know it can sound quite random, but the only way we can move out of that situation is to take the leap of faith and make a decision that it makes us nervous, but also excited. And I want to say with you, Chris, I want to say you don't feel you have the control of your decisions.
Yeah.
Okay. And just by you taking control of your decisions, that's you going out of your comfort zone. When we can get ourselves caught up in a loop where we go into that circle. It's just a repeated circle, and it's like that cycle where we find we've got on the train but we can't get off it. We don't seem to find the right stop. And I feel with you, Chris, inside you're saying there's so much going on in your thoughts, how you feel, but I feel it's trapped and you can't get that out. And I want to say why you can't get that out is you're so worried about offending others. You don't want to offend others, or you don't want to cause rows or seen it as confrontation. Would that make sense, Chris?
Yes, it does. It does, very much.
Okay.
So.
Okay. So, Chris, do you understand? Have you talked about going on a break? Because I'm being told about a break. I'm being told about travel.
That's exactly what I'm working on.
Okay.
I'm working. Yeah.
Spirit knows that they always know what we need, and I'm getting told that does it involve a boat, or like to do with a boat?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't
remember I've said to you a boat and a lake,
right?
Okay. But I feel that there's a memory with you, Chris, and I want to say like to do with a boat and a lake, like a lake house, like a holidays, like a summer home. Does that make sense within your family memories?
Yeah, I think it does. I think my grandparents lived near a lake, and a very, very small lake, and we would go fishing and that, and I would be there on weekends.
Yeah. Do you remember how you felt, Chris?
Yeah.
It was like you hadn't a care in the world. You were in nature, you were around the water, you left your worries, and you were absorbing all that natural energy, clearing. And what water does to us, we can stand on a beach, we can sit and we can just allow our troubles just to go with the water. And it can be very cleansing and very rejuvenating. And I feel that is an amazing way for you. You connect with nature. You connect.
Yeah.
So I'm being told inner child. It's important to bring that the inner child's got lost, Chris.
Yeah.
The inner child and the spontaneity, it's got lost. We can let life get very serious because we feel we have to have the household, the bills, work, everything, and all can take over. But sometimes we can forget that life's to be enjoyed and experienced. And before we know it, we look and we'll think, how much time has went past us? It's just zoomed past us. But I do feel that there's tears, Chris. I do feel a sadness. I feel emotions, and I feel you've been quite down within yourself. And I do know that you try to shield that. You try not to show that, but you're feeling quite lonely within yourself at the same time. Would you understand, Chris? I feel that you're seeking that something for you, just you, something that's Chris's. everybody else seems to have something, but I feel you're still looking for yours, as in something that's just for you, whether it's an activity, whether it's a hobby, whether it's something, but something you can say it's just for me, just me.
Yeah.
But that makes sense.
Yes, it does. Yes,
Okay.
it does.
I want to say, remember the inner child. The inner child has much to show you if you allow the inner child to do so. So I feel fishing and the fun, and you're just letting go of all the worries. Do you understand, Chris? I talk about a tree house to do with trees and climbing trees, and I'm saying I'm being told about a tree house.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I spend
and you understand
a lot of time outside.
Yeah, but you're happy outside. You're happy outside, Chris?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm happier outside than I am anywhere else.
Yeah. You know, sometimes we think, sometimes us spiritual people can just take it for granted that we understand. Everybody knows how medicinal nature is. And it is so medicinal. It takes the weight off our shoulders. It takes away our concerns. We just lose ourselves. It's like a dancer or a musician. When a dancer is dancing, they're just in their own wee bubble and they have just lost all their worries. Same as a musician, and the same when it comes to nature. Nature has such an amazing way of healing us. Barefoot. See if we can sit barefoot in nature, or even with our feet dangling in the water. Just relax and allow nature to recharge you, because that helps ground you. It helps insomnia, it helps inflammation, and it helps that feel good.
Yes,
I want to say there's changes with you, Chris, but I want to say okay, I'm being told that you're anxious. You're anxious, and I feel it's to do with the direction that you're going in at the moment. I want to say you're coming to basically like a crossroads.
Yeah.
Go ahead, please. And I want to say it's involving people within your life. So it's involving people within your life. Do you understand there's a father figure in spirit around you a lot, Chris? And
yes.
I want to say Dad.
Yes.
Dad. It's important, he's never left your side, Chris. He spends more time with you now than he was able to on the earthly plane because of work, because of life takes over. And it's important. He's trying to give you strength. He's giving you strength. He wants to show you the happy times, the memories that you shared as a child. And do you understand, he's showing me lying down. I feel like I'm lying down and I'm looking up at the clouds, and the clouds are all moving. And as the clouds are moving, I'm seeing all sorts of images in them. And I feel you did that as a child.
Yeah.
Okay. Chris, would you understand there's a lot of healing still to do?
Yeah.
A lot of healing. There's a lot of sadness within. I feel a lot of sadness within. But can I also help Dad hold your hand while I'm talking to you?
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't need to know which hand, Chris. You choose whichever hand. And just relax it on your lap, or just relax it. And Dad, okay, do you understand I want to talk about somebody, Peter?
Yeah.
Okay, he's just gave me the name Peter. Okay, so you decide, pick your hand, relax it on your lap, open, and let Dad hold your hand as I'm talking to you, okay? Would you understand, Chris? Thank you. Chris, would you understand? Have you a brother?
No.
Dad have a brother?
No.
Okay. There's a brother in spirit. I need to place this brother because I can never change what comes forward. Okay. Do you understand? Did Mum have a miscarriage or a pregnancy that didn't go full term?
I don't think so.
Okay, please can I question where it's important? I'm just trying to question where the brother's coming in, because I'm being told brother in spirit. I am being told it's connected to you, Chris. So I can never change what comes forward, because they can only come forward with what's true. But it's how we place it and then how we interpret it. Can you ask within family if I want to say there was a brother before you that the pregnancy didn't go ahead. Before you were born, there was a pregnancy within the family that's passed. That the pregnancy didn't go through. I feel it must have been a miscarriage, and I feel it would have been to do with mum and dad or aunts and uncles, but that family, as in mum, dad, or aunts and uncles, because whoever this is was a brother to somebody on the earthly plane, so either to your cousins or to yourself. Okay. So could you ask within family, because it's important that I place that whenever I finish your reading. So I do feel like I want to say it's either between mum and dad, or I want to say it's to do with like aunts and uncles, okay, in that circle. Okay, Dad, let's hold Chris's hand. Okay, I'll keep talking to you as I bring Dad closer to you, okay?
Okay.
So, Chris, would you understand? He's laughing, he's talking about piercings, and I feel like I want to go back within the family circle. I feel someone got a piercing but didn't let on, or someone got a piercing when they shouldn't have at that stage. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay. Because he's joking as he said, he's giggling as he said it. Do you understand? Who would have been the rebel? I feel there was a rebel. If Dad says black, they would have done white.
Yeah.
Okay, because he's laughing and he's making me aware of it's precious memories for Dad. It's really precious memories for Dad, and hopefully for you. Okay. I also want to say that there's a lady in spirit and Moonstruck condition, and I want to say with a cancerous condition. I'm being told cancer, and I've questioned Moonstruck zodiac or condition. I'm being told condition. Okay. There's a lady in spirit who passed, who had cancer. Okay. Can you understand that she's coming forward? I feel she's on, and I also want to talk about Dad's side of the family. Okay. And I also want to say about distance. He's making me aware of distance within family. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have grandparents trying to come forward also now. They're here as well. Gosh, everyone's coming forward for you, Chris. Okay, let me see. Can we work with Dad at the moment? Just and let Dad hold Chris's hand, please. Okay. So I'm just linking in, Chris, okay?
Okay.
And if you relax your hand and let Dad do the magic, you'll feel. Do you understand? I'm saying, like, I'm not sure what you call it in America. Here you would call it like rounders. It's a bit like cricket, but it's more like rounders, like soccer ball. Would you had? Okay. Dad's laughing at me. He's laughing at me because I'm trying to describe what he's showing me. So, do you know, Dad would have wore a cap at times. And I feel Granddad would have wore a cap as well, like a.
Mm-hmm.
So Dad's saying when he was growing up, he used to laugh at his dad's hat. But as Dad was growing up, Dad started wearing hats himself. So he's laughing because we tend to repeat a lot of the cycles. And he's laughing because, do you understand, he's talking about smoker.
Uh-huh.
He's talking about smoker. Okay. And he talks about soccer. Okay. But I feel it was family days, or there was something to do with family, like occasions or family days. And I feel it would have been outside activities.
Yes.
Okay. Can you feel anything on your hand, Chris?
I feel weight.
Yeah. Yeah. It's Dad. You're feeling Dad. Okay, Dad, let's see if we can make this stronger for Chris. Chris, I have to say to you, you're very strong-willed. You are very strong-willed, and you have a beautiful heart. And it's okay to put yourself first. It's okay to take the time for you. Because sometimes we're so busy looking after everybody else, we forget about ourselves. So we do. Are you feeling around your fingertips, Chris?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Can you feel anything around your fingertips?
I feel a little pressure.
Okay. Let me see if we can ask Dad if we can help. Let me see if I can help Dad close your hand with you, okay?
Okay.
I do want to say to you, Chris, to look out for a feather, and I feel it's in between the living area and the kitchen area. Is that open planned?
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm seeing it's like an open planned. He's showing me to watch out. It's a tiny little white fluffy one. Okay, and
okay.
he has left it there for you. Have you got like kind of a bench that you would sit at with like stools, or like
outside, you mean?
No, inside. Have you got like a bench or something, like an island or a bench?
Yes.
Okay. I feel it's around there. Okay. I'm going to not have enough time. I'm going to lose you, but I do want to say, look around there, Chris. Dad has left you a feather. Okay. Cherish it. Don't let anybody else hold it. It's his energy.
Okay.
Every time you put it in your hand, you will feel Dad. Every time.
Okay.
Okay. You will feel his love. And you need that. That's your connection to Dad always. So trust it will be there. It's been in plant pots, it's been in vases. I've helped them deliver feathers, and you never know where they're going to put it. But please know your feather is there. Okay?
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Mystical Empowerment Time with Deb Bullion. Live from SpiritQuestSchool.org. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Mystical Empowerment Time on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome. I'm Deb Bullion, your host for Mystical Empowerment Time. Just give you a little rundown. I'm coming to you from the sunny Gold Coast of Australia. And actually, we have a little bit of sun. We are on the opposite side of the world to you. So while you are probably just coming out of your heat waves for summer, we are still in winter. But it's beautiful here. Hope you are having a wonderful end to your day. So what we're going to go through today, as always, we'll take a caller and we'll do a psychic or a mediumship reading. And we're also going to be talking about angels, guides, higher selves, and what the difference is, which will lead us into some discussion as well about the Akashic Records, or Akashic, depending on how you wish to say it, and how you can make connection with angels, guides, and your higher self. So that's what today's show is going to be about after we've taken a caller. And let's just start while we wait for our first caller with angels. What are they? Well, they're not just existing in religion or within religion. They exist and are mentioned in many, many different types of religions, but they also exist outside of it as well. And so you can still come into contact, regardless of what your beliefs are, you can still come into contact with them. And everybody, every single person has a team of angels assigned to them. Now, we also have guides. So what's the difference between an angel or a guide? We're going to get to that in just a few minutes. But first, we have Jenny from Dallas, Texas, on the line, ready for a reading. Are you there, Jenny?
Yes, ma'am. Hi. How are you, Deb?
I'm really well. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing all right.
Excellent. So are you looking for a psychic reading all about you and your life, or are you looking for a mediumship reading about somebody that has passed over?
Well, probably me and what's going on in my life. That would probably be more helpful.
Okay. All righty. Just give me one moment. I'm just connecting in. Now, Jenny, do you have a son?
Do I have a son?
Do you have a son?
I did. He's passed away.
Because that's the first thing that came forward. Now, I know that you want to talk about you, but just bang, he just came forward. So apologies. If you don't wish to hear
all right.
from him, it's okay. But if you do wish to hear from him, he is right here.
Certainly. I'd love to hear from him, to be honest with you.
Okay, and we can do a bit of both. We can have him talk to you about what's coming up in your life. Yeah, they have a better insight than we do down here. They can actually see out to the future. So let us bring this young, he's been with me for a while. I felt this energy in front of me while I was preparing for the show today. So let's get a feel. I feel as though he did a little bit of clowning. He was a bit of fun sometimes because he really wants to get up close to you in your face. And does that sound familiar to you? Could he be a little bit funny when he wanted to get your attention at times?
Yes.
Yeah, because he feels lovely, warm, genuine. Did he have some curl to his hair?
Did he what? I'm sorry?
Did he have a little bit of curl to his hair?
Yes, when he was a little boy, his hair was really curly.
Yeah, because he's stepping forward and showing me the curls. Okay, and all right, let's just see if I can grab some more of his personality here. He truly
Well, he was a Leo,
lover.
so that should tell you a lot.
Yeah, he was a lover. He was saying he was very much a lover. He loved people. He loved the opposite sex as far as being intrigued and wanting to treat women well. It wasn't just about, romance. It was just wanting to treat others well. Okay, let me just see why he's come through, if he has a message or what he has for you here today. What would you like to say to your mother? He comes through with an apology. He comes through and he says, I'm sorry I haven't been around as much as you would like. And I guess what he's saying is you felt him a lot when he first passed, but you may not feel him as much anymore. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. He says in a strange way, he's been giving you your wings to fly. He's been standing back and marveling at how well and how strong you're coming back from everything. He says that you're a dynamic, enthusiastic, wonderful person. And he stands back and admires you from afar, but he doesn't want you to think that he's gone. He just is enjoying watching you getting on with things. Does that make sense?
Yes, because I've just started just in the last few months to getting back because his passing was devastating.
I can only imagine. Okay.
Well, he was my only child, and he died in a motorcycle accident, and it was just,
trauma,
so it's taken me a while to.
Yeah, heart wrenching. Now, did he play basketball at all?
Oh, a little bit.
Because he's just showing me him dribbling a basketball. Okay. He's just trying to let you know. I said, why the basketball? And he said, I'm through my recovery. I'm through my healing over here. They get a lot of extra tender, loving care over there when things are shocking, when the end is unexpected and there's trauma. And he's trying to say that he's getting back into, believe it or not, life, because they can still participate in the things that they love over there. And so he's just gently backing away from you, watching. He'll never be away from you. He's just saying, he's saying to me, isn't she marvelous that she's getting it back together? And that's what he wants for you. He said, because his passing, the hardest part about that is the impact that he's had on you. And that was never his intention. We'll never know the ways of things, he said. It all will be revealed when we are over there. But he wants you to know that he's always watching from afar. If you call his name, he will come forward. And he's showing me a little, like a little boutonniere, like a single flower, but it's shortcut. So had he been to a ball or a prom or something recently?
No, I have not.
So he hadn't either?
Not to my knowledge. He was very outdoorsy. Okay. Very outdoorsy.
Okay, because he was just showing me this short little flower, like he's handing you a flower, but usually they have a long stem. And so I might have misinterpreted.
No, when he was a little kid, he used to pick them off short like that.
Oh, so that makes sense to you because it's instead of a long long flower, I've got a bunch of them back here. Instead of that, it was like just the shortest little flower, and I thought maybe it was for a buttonhole. But now I understand. He was doing what he always used to do. Okay.
He never picked flowers where I could put it in a vase. It was always like right there at the bud,
Oh, how cute. How cute. Okay. Let's see what he wants to say about your future. Did you want to talk about your mother's future at all? He says new job, new people, new day.
What?
Are you looking at a new role? He said new job, new people, new day.
No, I want a new job, new people, and a new day. Let me tell you, the job I have now is from hell.
He's saying it's coming because it makes me feel sick. Like he gives me that sick feeling in your stomach that you have to face that and you have to face these people that he feels like are very almost robotic and distant from you. Does that make any sense?
Yes.
Yeah. And he said, believe me, he's showing me him pulling strings, that he's pulling every string he can to get you out of there quickly. Now, there's something about a cat. Did you or do you have a cat?
No.
All right, let me see why the cat. Excuse me, why do you show me?
He likes cats, and his father liked cats, and I've never been a cat person, ever.
Okay. All right, because he said it was like, he wants you to think of yourself like a cat on a hot tin roof, that you're going to be scurrying out of there very quickly, that you're going to move out of there quickly. The opportunity is one. Wow, he shows me it's like if we were looking at a map and we had north to the top and the city that you lived in, he's saying it's like to the left. So I'm looking at a map of Texas now. He's saying opportunity is to the left, which is a little bit west of where you live. How will she know it's the right opportunity? He said, firstly, he wants you to start getting yourself out there, to start actually applying. But the one that is going to be coming from the western side of town or to the left of you, if you're looking at a map, he's saying that's the one. And that it might seem a little bit more on the outskirts, he said, but the warmth of, he shows me the owner and the organization, he's saying it'll be very warm and friendly, and that's what you need, because he said you have so many more skills that you don't get to show, and you're such a warm and outgoing person that he's going to try to get this particular place for you that you'll feel absolutely at home in.
Yes, because this place I am now, it's like a sweatshop. It's really taxing and stressful.
Cold. Said it's cold. It feels like everybody's robotic. It just doesn't feel like there's any warmth there.
There isn't.
Yeah.
None.
And you need people. He said you're a people person. You really need, he said you're a little bit like him. You like to make people laugh at times, and without a bit of fun, what's the point? He's talking about
this place is absolutely no fun.
He wants you to start applying, and he said the February, March looks very good for actually landing in the position, for actually having it. He said, but if that doesn't happen, do not lose hope, because the very latest would be May. But he's saying it's like a new year thing, but start applying now, because he said you have to kiss some frogs sometimes before you get to the Prince Charming. And the Prince Charming is the owner of the company who will treat you like royalty. Really appreciate you.
That would be nice.
Yeah. Now he talks about, there's a good friend, he said, that you haven't probably been in contact with for a while. And the two of you used to kick about or hang around a bit. And he really wants you to bring her back into your life. because you haven't really been up for fun. And I feel like she's somebody you go way back with. Does that make any sense to you?
Yes.
He's saying bring her back. Get out there and have some fun again. Did you like to go dancing?
Yes.
He's saying do it. He's going, get your boots on and get out there. Say, put on your dancing shoes and get out there. And he wants you to pull her in closer again. Because when you're out there dancing and having a good time, he said, I will be right there with you. If you want, he said, line up a beer on the bar for me. But he said he will be right there with you.
Okay.
Okay. Any questions while we have him here? He says the job is coming. Look for it on the western side. And the latest would be May, but he feels like February, March, but get going now because he said you want to do a refresh on your resume or your CV.
Yes.
Yep, go ahead and do that. Make sure you pull your old friend back in close and do some dancing. Any questions for him?
Yes, and this is going to sound strange to you just as much as it did to me. He was going to apply for a passport because he had planned a fishing trip out of the country right before he passed away. And on his passport application, where it had mother, he wrote unknown. Why did he do that?
Is there an issue with his father?
Oh, my God. The man called me up and he sent me a text with a picture of it saying, what did you do? And I'm like, how would I know why Trevor did that? What do you, I was taken quite aback, and I thought he was just using it as another tool to get me to be hateful to me. He's just so mean.
Yeah. He misinterpreted the question. He said, you know, I would never want to hurt you, Mother. I would never want to hurt you, Mom. I was not trying to be mean to you. But I think there was some issue with his father, with him. And he's saying, if anyone I would want to put unknown, it would be him. So did he have an issue with his father?
Yes, his father, that whole side, that whole family, they're horrible people. They're very controlling, and they used him. They used him and manipulated him, and he didn't have any peace.
Okay. Well, he's saying that he's good with that all now. He's got the perspective on it, and nobody can hurt him anymore. But he, honestly, that was a mistake, what he put there, and he misinterpreted it. And he said, you know me, I didn't actually like filling out forms, Mom. And if he would have put unknown to anyone, he wished he would have put it to his father, not to you. And he's very sorry for that because that was not something that he meant to do. Of course, he knows who you are. He loves you. He always has. Are you still there, Jane?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Anyway, his father used it really. This is just recently. This has been in the last 2 months.
Yeah, and that's what he wanted to talk about, the father and the problem with that. And that was never his intention. Is there anything else you want to say about this young man?
I just miss him so much. And
he's just saying the same. I miss you too, but at least I get to see you every day. There's something about, pay attention. Do you have a little soap on the counter in the bathroom? In your, master bathroom?
Do I have a what?
Like a little bar of soap? A fancy soap or something?
Not presently, no.
There's something that he moves on your bathroom counter, and it's on the left-hand side of the sink tap. And I thought it was a bar of soap, but he said, pay attention. You'll know I've been because I'll keep moving it.
Really?
And anytime
Is he the one that took
his,
my dustpan? I can't find it anywhere.
the dustpan. Let me just ask him. Do you have a stairwell?
Yes.
He said it's under the stairwell.
Really? Okay, I'll have to go and look.
Yeah. So, and he's saying, but I feel like what he's trying to say is that he does visit regularly. And if you notice something moving over on the left-hand side of the sink, I can't see what it is, but I thought it was a bar of soap or something. He said that's his way of saying I've been here. And anytime you ask for him and say his name, he will be right there at your side. And he just wants to see you have a lot more fun, apply for work, different work, and he will make it happen for you. So I thank you so much, Jenny, for allowing me to bring him through today. And thank you for calling. I can't tell you
how much I appreciate this. Thank you.
And no, he will be with you, and get those dancing shoes on and you'll make him a happy, happy guy.
All right, I will.
All right, Jenny, you take care.
Thank you so much. Have a nice evening.
You too. Well, that was Jenny from Dallas. I'm so glad I was able to bring her son through, even though that's not what she asked for. Her son had other ideas, and now I know who has been sitting with me and visiting me this morning. Well, it's morning here in Australia, evening there for you in the US and Canada. So we are now on to talking about the angels once again. So the difference between angels and guides. Now, this is really important. I want everybody to know that they all have angels. Everybody has a team of angels assigned to them and nobody else. So don't feel like you're bothering them. If you want to speak with your angels, ask for assistance. I'll give you some examples of things you can ask for. You can ask for anything, and if they can give it to you, they will. But I'll just give you some examples. Let's say you've had a difficult night. Perhaps the kids have kept you awake, or perhaps there was a big storm or a problem with a pet, or you just had insomnia and you need to be fresh for the morning. Here's something that I used to do. As long as I didn't abuse it, I would say, please, could you just help me to look and feel refreshed and clear in the morning? I know I'm only going to get, maybe it's 2 or 3 hours worth of sleep, but it's an important day and I need to feel refreshed. Please, could you help me? Now, that's a really simple request, and as long as we don't abuse it, they always granted it for me. Something else that they did for me, I had a habit that was smoking, and I had not been able to give it up, and I tried everything. Oh, you name it, hypnosis, nicotine patches, the medications. I tried everything, every smoking aid available, and I always seemed to fail at giving up. And finally, I said to my angels, I need your help. If you could please help me with this. Now, it took a while. It took a while, and I felt them say no to me one morning. It was a couple months later when I went to do what I normally did, which was light up my cigarette. Now, we're going back. This was way back in 2012, but I'll never forget it because they said, just don't. And I thought, okay. And then I got to midday and I was getting a little bit anxious and a little bit antsy as I used to when I would try to give up. And they said, now go get one of those smoking aids. And I picked up, I think it was some nicotine mints. I said, these didn't work before. And they said, oh, well, this time. And sure enough, it did. And they got me through it. And it wasn't easy. I still would get cravings up to 18 months later, but they got me through it and actually very easily. So they can help you with big things. They can help you with little things. The only thing you have to do to ask for their help is literally go to your heart, is slow your breathing down, slow down, take a few deep breaths, and just say, I know I have you out there, angels, if you could help me with, and whatever your request is, ask for it. It may or may not be immediate that you receive the help, but if they can give it, they will. Here's the trick. They cannot help you unless you ask for it. So you imagine having a whole team of angels that has been waiting your whole life for you to ask them for some help. Please ask them for some help. They get a bit bored waiting around. And guides are very, very different. Guides are different in that we all have a team of guides as well. Now, they never stop. They chat to us. They talk to us. They drop a breadcrumb trail to us of things that we need to know. So, for example, they might continually put a book in front of us or a name of a movie or a particular thing over and over keeps coming up. And we think, holy cow, a friend of mine mentioned that to me the other day. And now I've seen it come up on social media. And now I've seen it on the back of a bus. Whatever it is, it just comes up over and over. And we call that the breadcrumb trail. They're leaving us a trail of what it is that we need to do, know, or see next. And guides talk to us in our own voice. So while we're tasking, maybe brushing our teeth, having our shower, doing the dishes, our mind gets really busy and we're tasking. I've got to go here. I've got to get this. Don't forget that. And we may have been trying to think of something clever. Maybe we were trying to think of a great theme for a party, or we were trying to think of something that just wasn't coming to us. And there we are doing our thing, tasking away, and bang, out of left field, we get this brilliant idea, and we think it's us. Well, I'll tell you what, it's often our guides giving us that idea, helping us out. So that's the difference between angels and guides. Guides will continually help us without our knowledge, and angels have to wait to be asked. Now, next week, I'll talk more about our higher self. But I wanted to tell you, you are welcome to get a free meditation from me, which will help you to get in touch with both your guides and your angels. You can hop over to my website, and that is deb.bullions, as in gold. That is bullions.com.au. Go to the information or contact us and tell us you would like a copy of the free meditation, which will help you to get in touch with your guides and your angels, and I will be more than happy to send that to you. Now, if you'd like to study with me, we have a couple of specials. We have Unlock Your Psychic Gifts, where we'll also learn about how to connect with guides, angels, and we'll do all sorts of things like aura readings and card readings and mediumship. Now that is on for the US and Canada. Starts 1st of September on Sundays from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. Pacific time or 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern time. We also have a mediumship course coming up too, and an Akashic Records course. So you can find all of that at www.spiritquestschool.org. That's spiritquestschool.org. Thank you so much for joining me this week, and I look forward to coming to you next week. All the best.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Bernice Bisson's Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson, live for BerniceBissonPsychic.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome. It's Psychic Tuesday, and I'm your guide, Bernice Bisson. Welcome. This is my studio. I'm in my art studio today. So I have my reading studio, which is in the French Quarter of Winnipeg. And then I am right downtown in a beautiful high-rise overlooking the city. And this is my art studio. And you can see some of my work behind me. And I'm an artist and a psychic and a great cook and a grandma. So I'm kind of all these different things. But welcome. And we're going to start at the top with the astrology. We have got a Venus trine with Pluto this week in this next 7 to 10 days, which is around power struggles, empowerment, around relationships and things we value with that energy in Venus. And it's moving into Libra. So it is going into its ruling sign. And Libra is about peace and harmonic and trying to find compassion and ways to work things through, trying to restore the faith in yourself or humanity. So these are some of the bigger energies. And if we look at Sun, Moon, Rising, please listen to all three for your message for the next 7 to 10 days. And we're going to start with Aries. And you need to fully commit now, Aries. Now it's going to be the time for you to commit to your plans, your goals, things you've set out for yourself. Venus is going to work with you to help you really maybe even seek out partnerships and supports around you to help you accomplish things you need to do. And so this is a time to jump in, Aries. You're good at that. You don't have to second guess. I feel like there's going to be time for you to really make commitments to things and to keep promises you made to yourself. Number one. Okay. Taurus is Sun, Moon, Rising. Right now you've got Uranus retrograde. And so old surprises or old news that becomes new news. So you could get new insight to old issues. And someone is really in need of your attention. Someone's in need of your compassion. They need you to see them, Taurus. You might be spending time with people, helping them through things, helping them see themselves, helping them where they need to be. And this could even come in your social circles or your work circles. Maybe you're needed at work. Maybe you have to cover shifts. Maybe you're needed to jump in, stand in, or fill in. And again, it's going to be old surprises become new surprises there, Taurus, with that Uranus retrograde energy. Gemini, boy, aren't you the belle of the ball, Gemini? You've got that brilliant Mars energy. You have Jupiter energy. And now you've got this beautiful Venus and Pluto trine in sister air signs. So this is really about some powerful communications for you. And this is a time for you to let go of old hurts, guilts, messages, recordings in your head, things that you might have been telling yourself. This is a paradigm shift for you. You're going to find communications, energies, human resources, dealing with people far easier. Maybe you're just smelling better. Maybe you're just coming across better. But this next little while is really powerful for you in terms of getting what you need. But it's also a time for you to have to just let go of maybe some high expectations of certain individuals. Maybe they can't meet them. I think you can keep going anyway, Gemini. Part of why I say that is Pisces energy. There's 2 planets right now retrograde, so that still feels a bit foggy if you're dealing with others, and just know that. And so know it could be a bit foggy for them. Cancerian, Sun, Moon, Rising. right now, this energy, you've got Pluto retrograding to 29 degrees of Capricorn. And it's a reminder to never forget how resilient you are, right? So that usually means that you have to stand firm. You have to, withstand a strong gust of wind, maybe a wind bag, maybe people, spouting off and you always bounce back and you're always going to come out on top. And I feel like you could be dealing with big personalities, big conversations, big people, and maybe you're having to fill in the gaps. Maybe you're having to pinch hit, jump in. But reminders of the structures around you and the last few things that need to change before Capricorn moves forward. And that barrier is removed. So you'll have some final reminders of that with people. Leo, sun, moon, rising. Boy, our little lions and lionesses, this is a time to really get into your heart chakra, open that heart. And Venus is moving into Libra, which really, you're going to find through your friends, your social circles, your work circles. Maybe your reputation's great. Maybe people are coming to you for things. And I feel like open your heart to the invitations, open your heart to partners, open your heart to friends and family around you. There's lots of invitations and energy, and even it's going to be a time where people get back to work, especially with fall coming if you're in school. But this is going to be a time where you're like, but I want to go out, but I want to stay up late, but I have all my friends and things. I have all these callings. I have all these fun things that are out there. And so it's going to be a busy social time. And even over the next 10 days, so even as we approach into fall, you're still going to find that third house, lots of communications is lit up, lots of invitations, lots of even work communications and things you might have to shore up heading into the fall around emails. And with Mercury finally direct, now we can finally really go somewhere with what we're talking about. Okay, Virgo, sun, moon, rising. Being called to really motivate, stand up, to really look at plans in different ways. This is a time that you focusing on your money, your financial situations. There could be some pleasant surprises with that Venus-Pluto trine. And part of why I say that is Venus is moving into your second house. So it's going to be about being valued, what you value, cash flow, things you've been working on. And letting go of old ways of working, old ways of looking at things, old things that brought you down. You're going to have to maybe introduce new routines into your day-to-day tasks, new routines into your day-to-day life. And that could be new habits, new ways of being. And it's not just cutting things out. It's also about introducing positive things if you're cutting out or dealing with any old addictions or anything like that. This is a time to actually introduce new things into your life. That'll be really quite effective and powerful for you to really bear down and grind out work. This is going to be a big piece for you. Libra, sun, moon, rising. Boy, oh boy, Venus is coming. That's right up your alley there. Maybe you're going to be able to heal some relationship wounds, divine feminine wounds, really restore friendships, romantic relationships, things like that. And I feel like with this trine with the other air signs that I talked about for Gemini is really powerful for you, Libras. This is a time to really take care of yourself as the sun's going to, join some of this planetary action coming up in a couple of weeks. This is a time of, go get your nails done, go get your self-care in, go get your extra rest, go get your regrouping, because your birthday, you're going to really open up and start to shine. And this beautiful energy is going to introduce new people to you as you're maybe dealing with old relationship wounds. Maybe you're closing stuff out and introducing new things in your life. Scorpio, sun, moon, rising. Boy, I know you want love. I know that, Scorps. But this is a time that you might be taught to stand on your own and how to be alone and and really loving yourself in that process and really loving who you are in that process. And that you're going to say goodbye to your past, your old patterns of things. And you could also have lots of stuff coming in around, lots of friend invites the next 7 to 10 days, and then it quiets down, and then you're going to get down to some time of getting into new habits as well. But you're leaving old baggage behind, old patterns behind. You've kind of resolved some things for yourself where you're like, I'm not maybe giving any time, effort, or energy to things that don't serve me any longer. And you're going to put yourself first in great ways. And I feel like don't go looking for love. I feel like if it's going to happen, it's going to happen in a very surprising way. It'll happen through people you know. I'm not giving you the online stuff this time. I'm going to say, no, it's going to come through people you know. Sagittarian, Sun, Moon, Rising. It's all about your cash flow, your work situations, how things are going for you in work, how you're loved at work, and these opportunities. And, this could be in hobbies and things that because you're very multifaceted individuals. You have all kinds of skills, talents, and some of them are crafty, some of them are physical, some of them are ideas and that. And this is a really great time for you to even explore some of your extracurricular or hobbies that you're gonna find lots of solace in. And I feel like there could be good news around your cash flow and work. And it is requiring you to work. Get on top of things. Don't procrastinate. Sagittarians, not the time for that. You'll miss an opportunity if you do. And I feel like I'll be on top of the details this next 7 to 10 days. Capricorn, Sun, Moon, Rising. Boy, oh boy, Pluto's coming back for a last dance in your sign. What are you letting go of? What is it that's going to switch with your career, your money, where you have power in your life? Where is that going to move? And as it moves to your second house into Aquarius, it's really going to light up things you value as well, and where you're feeling valued at work, your career, even long-term relationships or commitments you've made to yourself or others. And this is going to be a time to really commit to them once you get to November. So this is a time to go back over old things. You could get called back on old contracts. You could be called back to old opportunities that you thought you missed. I don't think so. I think they're coming back for one last hurrah, and you can make up your mind. And this is a time to really ask yourself what you want and what do you want to move forward. It's not the time to put other people ahead of you. Okay, or those decisions. Aquarians, Sun, Moon, Rising. Boy, oh boy, that Pluto energy is coming retrograde, maybe taking the heat off, letting you take care of some details in your personal lives that you have to take care of. And that could be home, house, where you live, your personal effects, things you own. You could be simplifying. And I feel like the universe is preparing you for a new step into your power. And I feel like you could actually get some opportunities that come to you through volunteering, through community, through social, through online. And that could be online dating, that could be online people, opportunities, jobs. This is a real place that's going to light up for you in terms of new ventures and opportunities. Pisces, Sun, Moon, Rising. With love, all my beautiful Pisces. You got a couple planets at play here, retrograde, making you feel a bit stuck, but you're not stuck. You're being given time, and you've really got this beautiful air trine energy. And across from you, you've had this Venus, Virgo energy pull on you. And this is a time where, you've learned to trust yourself. You're like, you know what? I learned that. I know my voice. I know my higher voice. I'm feeling far more confident to move forward. I'm feeling far more confident, especially as we get into the next 7 to 10 days. There's a confidence boosting, confidence building opportunities. There's people coming out to affirm some of the work you've been doing and to affirm the progress that you've made. And all the beautiful things that you've been able to really work through this last little while. And as your planets move direct later this year, you're going to really find that you've come miles ahead of the game and really been able to step forward. So it's some big energy for you, Pisces. Now, the one last piece I'll leave you with, the energy this is kind of a nice lull before. As we go into September, the astrological energy is going to pick up. And remember to be patient and kind with each other. And this is a nice lull. Take advantage of it. Go out, have good times. School's starting for a lot of people now and into the next week. And that it's going to come to these really busy times and things are going to speed up like lightning. So I'll give you the heads up about that the next show. Okay. And so you can find me at BerniceBissonPsychic.com. Now I'm going to go. We got to do some readings here today. So I've got Kendra in Middleborough, UK, I believe. Kendra.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Bernice. I'm here to be of service to you today. How can I do that?
Anywhere at all, like anything. Like
Oh, just any kind of general messages? Is that what
Yeah.
I'm hearing? Okay. Well,
Yeah.
if you don't mind, I'm an astrologer. Let's work just a little bit with just the day and month of your birth date.
What did you say? Excuse me. I've missed it.
Just the day and month of your birthday. What is that?
14th of the 4th.
Oh, so April 8th?
Yeah.
Thank you. April 8th, my Aries, sun. Let's explore this a bit, Aries. If I think about even the next 6 weeks, I'm even going to go the next 4 weeks, very much so. Aries, this is going to be a time of obligations and commitments. And as we go into September, very much so, and into October, you're going to get some yeses, some acceptances, some obligations that you may commit to or sign your name to that I think you're going to be very pleased about. And I feel like some of these commitments that you'll sign on to or that you commit to may have even come up earlier this year around your birthday or in the last 4 or 5 months. And there's something really quite lovely that you're going to shore up something around your security, your finances, your money. And it could be around income more so than just job. And so it's going to be more around your income. So there's something quite pleasant that's going to come. And that could just be, hey, you wind up getting something quite permanent. You wind up having something around your finances committed to where you can count on it. And so this is going to feel really powerful. Where you're going to find that it could feel like a bit of a bumpy ride, and even between now and the next 9 days, 9 weeks, I feel like your expenses might be high. You might find that there's a lot that could be part of some of these commitments, but know that it's very temporary. It's like you might just have to dish out a few dollars in the next 2 weeks just to confirm up things or make deposits on and know that it'll be okay. You've got two gentlemen you're going to have to deal with. And one man, I feel like one man seems to come across as an air sign, Libra, Gemini, Aquarian, and the other one comes across as an earth sign. There is some health issues with a man right around you. He could be the air sign. And there's something about his care, health, appointments, mobility that will show up around you. And that I feel like when I think of obligations or commitments, there's something that you could be of service to them. There's, and it's all in good order. This is just in the next, even, this next 3 months. And this could even be around when I think of money and signing on to things. It even could be like signing on to their finances, helping them securing up yourself. So there's something quite positive, even come October, around something to do with that, the care and finances for you and for them. Also, what comes up is the invitations to participate. For instance, you might find that you're having to host family. You're having to coordinate people. You could have visitors that are coming in. They could be coming in from islands, or they could be coming in from a coast. And I feel like there's something a bit celebratory, small gatherings, going out for dinner. There's something coming up in the next even 2 or 3 weeks. It feels quite nice. One thing that I'm curious about, my lovely little Aries, is there's something about you being off. Were you off work for a bit?
I've been off for about 6 weeks, like a lot of time actually.
Okay, so you've been off for a bit and you're returning, correct?
Yeah.
Good, good. While you return to work, I feel like there could be restructure or changes within the work structure that you're going to be very happy about. And I do feel like when I think about those commitments and obligations, this restructure and you coming back to work, you're going to be quite pleased about how maybe much easier or more organized or more sorted it feels. Okay.
Yeah.
And I feel like you're going to be pleased to get back to the routine of it for some reason. Although you may have had a beautiful few weeks off, and that's good. I do feel like there's something about getting back to the routine you're going to be quite pleased with. And I do think that I'm going to say something kind of, there is some future plans to travel, and that could come up within about 6 months from now. So if I were to think about maybe if I think of the UK, maybe early spring or in this, you could have a break again. And I feel like you're going to have, where it could be a day's drive from you, a day going to see people, and it feels that you could even be staying at an inn, but it seems to come up in about 6 months. I feel so far away. I almost want to say like early summer, late spring, something about that also showing up in good ways. You have to, so I mentioned 2 men. I only mentioned the one in terms of their health and your supports around them. There's another one that can pose you some challenges. And there is a man that could be kind of argumentative or a bit challenging to deal with. And I feel like I can almost hear you in my head going, oh, I've had enough of that. I've had enough of that man talking, or I've had enough of him saying. And so I do feel though, and it could be upon your return to work even. So I could be talking about just colleagues and the like, but I do think that in short order, you will sort people. It will get sorted for you. And that whatever you're signing on to this fall feels very positive. And I do think it is around your income, not just your job. So there's something quite good about that. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. The other piece, if I think about your birthday, 4/8, I had, I'm just going to hold, you may not be able to see me because you're on the phone, but when you go back to watch this is recorded and it is posted. I'm just going to hold something up because I do a lot of notes before I get on air. And I talk about, I don't know if you'll be able to see that. I'm just going to read a bit of what I wrote. I was like, whoever the caller is, I'm going to share this message with, okay? And so you're my lucky lady today. And so you're all mine now till the end of my show. So, okay, I'm supposed to tell you that help is coming and that there's a male around you who is a good match for you. And the two of you would be quite strong for like a good match. And I feel like that was very romantic, or that this would be someone that was a really good match right in front of you. And that hang in there. There's something about money or opportunity, something being invested in you or invested in what you were hoping for. And that there seems to be these papers, offer or opportunity that you'll be able to sign that feels quite positive. And it really shores up something about even where you're living or where someone's living, and it feels quite good. There is, when I talked about someone around you, there is this brother figure that it could be a brother or brother-in-law figure. And I feel like maybe people, 3 of you coming together, a group of 3 of you, maybe he thinks he's funny, but he's actually challenging, and he thinks he's just a riot. Like he thinks he could be very kind of sarcastic, funny, but it might grind you the wrong way. I keep getting this sense that there's going to be cleaning out of a house, cleaning out, you know, it was so funny because originally I think I wanted to talk about your mom, originally, in this whole conversation, and that someone's brother figure, and that there's something about cleaning out a house, that could be moving stuff out, having to get cleaners in there, having to clean out things and simplify, and almost like you'd be giving it away to secondhand stores, or you'd be cleaning out this house. And that there's something about a man in your family coming back, or someone who had been separated out returning or coming back. They could have been at a distance. And I almost feel like this is the next like 4 weeks or something where they're coming in from away. That's going to be around family. And you're supposed to trust your thoughts about, you might have had thoughts you haven't been sharing, but you were suspicious, or you were like, I'm supposed to tell you, trust your thoughts. They feel like you're right on target, or you're right. What you're suspecting is actually what it is, even if it feels like, oh, I don't know, that can't be. I don't know. I'm supposed to tell you that. And that the final piece before I let you go is that whatever this offer does, and the papers you're signing for some reason really shores up your security. And I just feel like it's almost like this next 3 weeks are really powerful in this for you. Okay, my beautiful friend?
Yeah, thank you.
And thank you. And I send you lots of love and light. And thanks for tuning in to Psychic Tuesday with Sweet Bee. And you can find me at bernicebissonpsychic.com. I'll see everybody in 7 days.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Lady D. Live from LadyDPsychicParties.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is astrology and psychic reading on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey everybody, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I'm your host for the segment, Lady D. I hope you've all had an amazing week ahead. This is our last week with Mercury in retrograde, which is really great news. So we're going to go one more week for Mercury to be in retrograde, and then after that, Mercury going direct. So things should hopefully run a little bit more smoothly than what it has been the last couple of weeks. So the transits that are coming up for this week, we do have some ones that are a bit positive, just a bit of a change as well from what we have been. So we've got this week, we do have Mercury that is going to be in sextile to Mars and then also to Jupiter. So with that, it's going to be help with communication. So that is going to give you the courage to say things that you perhaps haven't had the courage to say in the past, but it's going to be more of a positive aspect with that, and luck with communication. So you might hear of something that some positive news might be coming up that you might hear with that sextile to Jupiter. We've also got a try to Venus to Uranus. So it might be about unexpected money or relationships. You might meet someone unexpectedly, or someone into a Mercury retrograde, still someone from the past. But it could be some unexpected money coming in as well with that. We still have a square with Mercury and Uranus that can bring about unexpected communication and might not be as positive. But I find that's been there for a few weeks. So I usually find that with transits that have been there for a few weeks, once you've sort of heard it through that transit, you don't really hear it again. So if you've heard something, it might be that would be it. And then until the 29th, so we've got Venus, which is going to be squaring Jupiter just until the 29th. So that might be where things can go a little bit haywire with relationships. So this week is good for communication, and then things are looking a bit here and there when it comes to love and money. But until the 29th, we will have a square to Jupiter, and then this week we'll have a square to Mars. That might bring some frustration there with relationships with that energy that transit coming up. We've also got Venus, which is going to be opposite Mercury, opposite Saturn. So that also bring about some haywire things there. So there's more positives with Mercury than there is with the Venus that you're going to find this week. As I say, some of these transits have been going more than a week. So if that's the case, you might have already heard things, or things may have already happened, and you're just sort of riding the wave that's coming up. Because on the 29th, we've got Mercury finally moving forward direct in Leo. And that's also going to be where things are going to run a bit more smoothly, like things go more according to plan. If you've had any technology issues, that should hopefully calm down as well. It's always good to start something new and fresh when Mercury is moving forward. That's when good time to sign contracts and just look more to the future. Plus, we've still got some positive aspects to Chiron, which is also helping us with issues and that have caused us some distress as well. Things that I've got coming up for this week, I've got not being afraid of what you can't see. And then I was getting it's time to, I can see tunnel vision, but it's time to sort of take off the blinders so you can see more than just down the tunnel, see more what's happening around you. Drawn to, I've got here, drawing what you want in life. Time to sit and clear the intense energy, then the space, because it has been quite an intense couple of weeks with this Mercury retrograde. Have strength and courage. Don't hold back. Show your wisdom and your knowledge to people. Show your emotions free and also your stresses free this week. Look for adventure in life. But also set aside what you can't change. That's what I've got for coming up this week as well. Let's go to the caller. So we've got here Connie, who's in California. So hi, Connie. How are you today?
Hi, Danielle. How are you doing? Thank you for taking my call.
That's okay. How can I help you today?
Well, I have a lot of concerns, especially when it comes to my finances. I don't want to brag, but my 66th birthday is coming up tomorrow, so I want to have some clarity on that, if it's possible.
Okay, so for your finances. I feel like for you, part of what I said about setting self free, stresses free, I feel like you need to set your intentions. I feel like you need to I'm not someone that believes in manifesting, but I feel like for you, and I feel like maybe this is things that you're holding on to. I feel like whether it be for even for financial stuff, I feel like it's like you need to write things down and release it, burn it. So it even could be your intentions, what you're wanting to have. I just feel like there's something that needs to be intentions to be set free with you. Let's have a look here. Finances. Look, I feel like things are going to improve for you, but I feel more next year than this year. I feel like when we get to February next year, I do see you happy and I do see you excited, and it's like you're jumping for joy. But I feel like it's 2025 though, and it's around February. The rest of this year, I feel like you're just trying to hold things together, but it's I just feel like you need to set some intentions you need to set free, or something having to set something free. as well. Like, I feel like you'll be okay this year. I feel like you'll just like you'll how do I say it? Like you'll survive.
I really feel like mentally or energetically they're keeping me here. They're not letting me, like do what I need to do or to be able to get out of here, to move out.
But there's a job for you though. So I'm not sure I'm not sure in America how it works with government payout with your Social Security, but I see you like having two streams of income. So I see you having I see there's work, but then there's the other one. So I don't know if it's two jobs you're going to have or it's the Social Security and then you work. There's two streams of income that I see coming in for you. You will leave where you are. You'll be able to get out there. But I feel like it's going to be it could be like government housing, or I feel like it could be like, I felt government housing. So again, I don't know how it all works where you are in America, but I do feel like there is a way out. And I do feel like in November is when you're going to find that you're going to leave where you are. And I feel like in relationships, as in romantic relationships, I feel like this area of life you just need a rest from. I don't feel like one coming in just yet. I just feel like you need to take a break or you need to take a rest from any sort of romantic relationship for a while that I feel like. But I feel like there's a baby. Is there a child as well you've got with you, like a baby child? One child?
I have a grandson. I have a grandson that is like my son because he grew up with me. He's 13 now. So I don't know if that could be the baby. I have two daughters.
No, I want to go to the one.
Can be pregnant.
Okay, yeah, no, but you're raising your grandson, yes?
I used to, yes, but because I'm here, I don't see him as often as I used to.
Okay.
So
getting government assistance. I see you getting government assistance, and I do feel like you're going to be looking after this child more as well. Because I feel like whoever the parent that's looking after him, I don't feel like maybe they can't do it, or they're having some stress of their own, and you're going to have to help them out. But I do see government assistance for you in terms of even housing. But I feel like November is when it's going to be coming into you. I feel like you need to be very careful when it comes to romance, though. I do feel like your ex-partner, I feel like he's asking for forgiveness, or he's going to ask you to forgive him. I feel like it's best to say no, because I feel like this person doesn't have your best intentions at heart. But I feel like you are moving forward. Look, I feel like you are going to have grandchildren. I do feel like there's 5 in total for you. But I feel like right now the focus is more on you and where you're going. But I feel like you're going to be by February next year, you're very happy. You're in a happier situation. But November, I see there's going to be a movement in November for you as well, where I feel like you're going to be, I just feel like the government's going to help you out.
That would be great.
So I feel like you're going in an apartment, like some sort of a brick, it's like a brick apartment that you're going to. It's not a new building, it's an old building, but it will be your home.
Yes, exactly. I don't care where, just away from them too. And I don't want to have, and I keep telling them, I don't want to have nothing to do with you guys. Once I move out, I won't come back for anything.
Yes, and I see you doing that, and I see you having happy family in that too. All right, thank you for calling in today, and I hope I've helped you.
Daniel, bless you. Thank you.
That's okay, no worries. Everybody, if you want to contact me, you can. My website is Lady D Psychic Parties. My Facebook page is the same, Lady D Psychic Parties. My Instagram is Lady D Psychic, and my TikTok is Lady D Psychic. My YouTube is Lady D as well. This week, tomorrow, I will also be at a fair at Wendy Leagues. If you're in Sydney and Parramatta, Wendy Leagues, I'll be there at a fair tomorrow. I'm also collaborating on a deck of cards. So soon I'll be having a deck of cards that I'm collaborating on where I've channeled messages for 4 cards in the deck. And then hopefully I am looking at designing my own set of cards as well, which I'm hoping to get done by the end of the year. Fingers crossed that can be done. Okay, guys, I hope you have an amazing week. And don't forget, Mercury retrograde is going to be ending in 6 days' time. So I know it's been a very stressful few weeks. And just remember, you've got a few more weeks, a few more days to go. And then after that, things hopefully can calm down and be a little more smoothly. So thank you. And I'll see you same time, same place next week. So bye for now.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Sacred Insight with Andrea Baker. Live from mindbodynourish.etsy.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Sacred Insight on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Sacred Insights. I'm Andrea Bacon. Thank you so much for joining us today, and I hope all is well in your world. So I know one thing, that Mercury retrograde is coming to an end, and I cannot say I'm mad about it. And it's not that it's necessarily a bad thing, but, you know, over the years, I've learned to work with energies that are at play around us. And it's not about it dominating our experiences, but it's not to say that it doesn't at times present as challenging. So the energy is doing a lot of flip-flops this year, like there's a lot going on this year. And it's like, again, it's not actually a bad thing. It's just something to know about because awareness is a good thing. So a lot of people that I've talked to, they have experienced lots of changes in their lives this year. And that's life anyway, but this year has definitely been even more so for a lot of people. So the eclipse in April set things up. And, you know, it all has a broader picture. It all is for the greater good. But it set things up for a lot of change happening this summer. And now with Mercury retrograde, as it always does when it comes around, gives us an opportunity that's really good to, you know, examine things in our lives. You know, a lot of it is to do with communications, relationships, our limiting beliefs. Now, September will be a big month because Pluto's going back, retrograding into Capricorn one last time for us. And it takes Pluto about 250 years to cycle through all 12 signs of the zodiac. So this gives us a good chance to dismantle anything not really the healthiest for us in our lives. It's not really working for us, any toxic stuff that we're dealing with. You know, while it's retrograding, it's in Capricorn, and it will move back in November into Aquarius until 2044. So Pluto and Aquarius represents like the age of Aquarius, and it has to do with that. So it represents alignment, transformation towards the greater good of all. And then there's this big emphasis on aspirations and just our goals and what you would like to achieve. That also brings in harmony for you and for others. It is like finding your true north, your North Star, aligning with what lights you up and brings more light into the world. And, you know, while it was in Capricorn, it helped bring transformation. So that's what all this change is about. So it transforms like old structures that no longer serve the collective, the old paradigms, power structures, healing generational trauma, creating new and more supportive foundations in your life as we go through this journey of self-discovery and transformation. So in the 7 spiritual laws of success, Deepak Chopra talks about the law of Dharma. So Dharma is a Sanskrit word that means purpose in life. And he says the divine takes human form to fulfill its purpose. This enables us to acknowledge and cultivate that amazing divine spark that we have within. And everyone has a talent and a unique way of expressing it. So when you blend your unique talent with your service to others, you experience bliss that is within your spirit. And this is the whole goal. So living with purpose is how each of us plays our part in the universe. For every unique talent, there is a need that is specific, that exists for that talent. So when your talent meets that need of somebody else, abundance sparks. The 3 components of Dharma are your ultimate purpose is to discover your true self, and then to express your unique talents, you know, in service to yourself, and you also serve others. A Rumi quote, which I love Rumi, it says, I want to sing like the birds sing, not worrying about who hears or what they think. And so when you are expressing your uniqueness, everyone benefits. And you're not pretending to be something you're not. And that is Dharma. You're in purpose and on purpose and a piece of the puzzle in the whole universe as a whole. And so you fit somewhere in your specific part of the universe that you're going to meet that need for others. And so when you're in your Dharma, you have the ability to create lasting abundance. And there's an infinite wellspring of abundance that you can access because of your Dharma. And that's kind of the goal here. And, this is an aspect that we create abundance, and then happiness and fulfillment comes from that. It is based on our spirit and who we are. Because if we create abundance that is like based on outside circumstances, that can change, and that can change your fulfillment. And so when you're basing it on the wellspring of abundance within, that really can't just be taken from you. True abundance that comes from within can't ever really be taken from you. So when you're in your Dharma, the abundance that is that natural flow of plenitude, of goodness in your life just continues to flow. Now, a centering thought to help stay in alignment, or an affirmation, is my life is in harmony with cosmic law. And I love that. The mantra is Om Varunam Namah. And I love affirmations, and just repeating those mantras is peaceful, and it does help change the energy and center you really on your purpose. So now some people don't really know how to find their purpose, but ways that you can do so are to make a list of your unique talents, write the things that you love to do while expressing your talents, and be still and ask the question, what is my purpose? How can I serve both myself and the world around me? And then listen for the answers. The answers will naturally arise. So the answers may come up right when you're asking, or it might come up later when your mind is like focused on other things. Just allow it to come up naturally instead of grasping or trying to hold on, and seek answers. Because that's when we it can be at bay when we do that. And then continue to reflect on your purpose. Imagine a life without limitations. So the Bhagavad Gita states that better of doing your own Dharma imperfectly than somebody else's Dharma perfectly. So don't get stuck on being perfectionist. Just allow it to be what it's going to be. And if you get stuck, you can also try asking yourself a few questions. Who am I already serving? And what would that look like if it amplified by 10 times? And if I had $1 million to donate to just one cause, what would it be? And then, what injustice would I like to solve in today's world? So, also, what stories do I want people to tell me about me on my 100th birthday? So, talking about your legacy. So, even if you feel stuck, your infinite part of you already has the answers. So, on some level, we already know. From the space of absolute perfection, which is your soul's wisdom. So you can meditate on that part of you that already knows. Meditate on what part of you is not stuck, confused, feeling lost. And what does that part have to say? What would their wisdom tell you? And just kind of ponder and meditate on that. And to make the most impact with this, there's a few things to commit to, which is to seek your higher self, which is beyond the limiting perceptions of the ego, through spiritual practices like meditation, taking care of yourself, all these things that we talk about. And to just enjoy yourself. And then to decide how you're going to make use of your talents to match the needs of others. If money wasn't a concern, what would I do? If it's what you're doing, then you're on your dharma. So, because that's your passion. And it's your divine essence, and you use your creative expressions to help others. And that's when spontaneous abundance will flow from the world of spirit into your life, into the earthly realm, which creates joy and the true meaning of success, the bliss of your own spirit. So if you would like any coaching around this, I offer coaching around this, coaching around any areas of life that you might be struggling with. If you need support with any of that, or you can get readings. Also, if you would like, you can get on my email list. I'm creating a course about finding your North Star, which is a spiritual journey to discover your abundant life purpose. And I even have a free mini course that I'm working on, getting in contact with your spirit team and aligning your energy and opening up your conscious awareness. So to get on that list is going to stan.store/medium Andrea. So I hope you have a wonderful week. Check that out if you're interested, and any coaching readings, and to keep up with everything that is going on, any courses that I have in the future. Thank you so much for joining us. Have a great week. Bye.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Angelic Insights and Healing with Margaret Phillips. Live from AngelsAlwaysAroundUs.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Angelic Insights and Healing on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Angelic Insights and Healing with Margaret Phillips. I apologize if you've been here hanging out for a couple minutes. We had some technical difficulties, but we are good to go for now. So for those of you who do not know, I am Margaret Phillips. I am a psychic medium. I am a life coach. I am a Reiki master, a shamanic energy healer, and also a pranic energy healer, as well as a hypnotherapist. So I've got lots of tools to be able to help lots of people with. Just so you know, my services, my website is angelsalwaysaroundus.com. I can do my services in person, on the phone, by text, video chat, whatever works for you. I also do in-person services at the Awaken Center in Plymouth Meeting, Pennsylvania. Just to kind of give you a quick run through of what's going to be going on in September. So starting September, we are coming back from vacation, getting back into the swing of things. And on September 5th, which is a Thursday night, I will be having my healing through in through Healing Through Empowerment Women's Group. So that the charge for that will be a hybrid meeting, is $20 per person per session. Every group every month is a little different. We do energy healings, we do guided meditations, we do all kinds of things. We will later on, if not before the end of this year, hopefully early next year, be doing a spirit animal journey. So you can join us in person at the Awaken Center at the Plymouth Meeting Mall on the first Thursday of every month at 6:30 p.m. Or you can join us on Zoom. And again, you can see my website, Angels Always Around Us, for more information about that. Another in-person event that I do, the second Sunday of every month, is the Energy Healing Exchange that we offer at the Awaken Center at the Plymouth Meeting Mall as well. That is from noon to 1:30. That is open to any energy healers, whether you're a shaman, a Reiki master, a pranic healer, an angelic healer, any type of healer you are, come on in and we will go. And then also, real quickly, Thursday, the fourth Thursday of the month at 6 p.m., we have a game night, which is open to those with special needs and those without. And we have a caller on the phone. So Melinda, how are you today?
Hi.
How can I help you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
That's good.
How can I help you today?
I'd love a reading, anything that spirit or universe going to tell me. I'd love it.
Okay, are you good if I pull an angel card or two for you?
Beg your pardon?
Can I pull an angel card or two for you to help me?
Oh, yeah.
For you?
Any cards are fine.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, Melinda, your first card is Yvonne, and she wants you to know that not only do you have a special bond with animals, but she wants you to know that your animals that have passed, that you think about, they are being guarded over and watched over by angels, and your deceased loved ones, they are there. They will meet you at the Rainbow Bridge. This is the message Yvonne has for you. She says, you know, you're kind of going to be a little bit bombarded when you get there. You're going to have some critters you've already known, and you've got some future critters coming down the line to you that will be there when you get there. It's kind of going to be like a puppy and kitten and animal critter pile when you get there, but that's way down the line, no time soon. Our other card that comes up for you today is Athena. And she comes to remind you that it's safe for you to be powerful. Sometimes, you know, women get a bad rap. And, you know, we try to be assertive. People call us mean. People call us that female dog word. You know, they do different things. But it's okay. Athena wants you to know this is the time. This is the time for you to stand in your power. You have to be assertive in your life. You have to put your foot down. And you have to help people recognize when they are mistreating you. Because a lot of people I'm hearing have kind of been using you for a doormat for a long time, so they're used to it. Athena says, no more, Melinda. It's time to stand up and say, you know what? I love myself more than this. I deserve better respect than this. So show it to me, or I'm going to have to show you the door. And I know that sounds kind of frank and kind of, you know, blunt, but
it sounds good coming out of your mouth. Maybe not mine.
Well, you'll get
say
there.
It so gently but assertive.
Well, you'll get there. Practice in the mirror.
That's true.
I love and respect myself too much to allow you to treat me like this. So please either show me the respect I deserve, or I have to show you the door.
Correct. I think I'm in this predicament because I've sacrificed myself in helping others rather than, being assertive for those that don't appreciate it. You're right.
And you know what? We all fall into it. I think at some point in our lives, those of us who care about others kind of fall into that. And that's a boundary we have to learn how to set. And it takes some time. So when you put those boundaries up, you know, recognize, one, that you've set the boundary. And two, you know, even if they don't accept the boundary, don't beat yourself up about that. Be like, okay, well, I said it. They're choosing to walk over it, and take that deep breath and tell yourself, okay, they're choosing not to abide by my boundary. I'm not seeing them this week. And if it happens to be mom and dad who aren't abiding, then you're not seeing them this week. And, you know, they will come around. Your family will come around. People will come around who are supposed to be in your circle. The universe, when you start putting these boundaries up, the universe will take care of you, and they will make sure that these people who really shouldn't be in your inner circle, who are taking advantage of you, as you put your boundaries up, the universe will remove them from you and then drop new people into your life who will be respectful of you. But you have to show the universe that you believe you deserve better first.
That's correct. I've got to treat myself with respect. Yeah. Absolutely.
So we have like a minute left. Is there anything else I can answer for you today?
I wanted to ask you because my car's been written off and I've got a 90-day notice at home. I just want to know if there is a possibility that the landlord will reconsider her decision, or is it time to move on?
Okay, so what I hear is it's definitely time to move on. But here's the thing, Linda, you are working with Athena now. She is here. She is helping you be assertive. She is helping you to stand in your power and be powerful. Ask the angels. If you don't remember her name, it doesn't matter. You have tons of angels working with you. Ask them, angels, help me find the right place where I'm supposed to live next, because you are definitely supposed to move, girlfriend.
Okay. I'll get ready. I was hoping it wasn't going to be so soon, but, you know, it's all happening at once.
When the universe says go, there's a good reason, and I see good things coming from this move. You just have to get on the other side of it first.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
You're
Blessings
welcome.
to you.
Thank you for joining
I
us,
appreciate
Melinda. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And again, I am Margaret Phillips. My business name is Angels Always Around Us. If you would like a private reading or energy healing or life coaching, or you just want to find out more about my services, go to my website, angelsalwaysaroundus.com, or go to my Facebook page, which is also Angels Always Around Us. Thank you again for joining us. I hope you all have a great week, and I will see you next week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Ravengale Tarot with LJ Ravengale. LJ Ravengale. Live from Ravengale.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Ravengale Tarot on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome, I'm LJ Ravengale Tarot on A1R Psychic Radio. To reach me directly, you can go to ravengale.com. We are taking live calls. As they queue up, I thought we'd do a 3-card reading from Tarot of the Orishas by Zurak and Durkhan. In the past position, we have Oba, a woman in armor. Her shield hides her face. She walks gracefully on the rock. Oba was a wife so devoted that she cut off her own ear in hopes of pleasing her husband. Wife, lover, girlfriend, love without considering one's own needs. In the present position, we have the Ace of Earth. Taurus, the bull, is an earth sign and is the astrological sign chosen for this card. Taurus, ruled by Venus, is more than just stubbornness, enjoyment of the finer things in life, success and endeavors. And then in the future position, we have the couple, reverse. A man and woman, both nude, dancing on the beach. His posture both protective and supportive while she sways to a seductive rhythm. Trouble in relationships, possible breakup or breakdown. In the past, we have a romantic relationship where one person is more committed than the other. In the present, things are going well for the client, experiencing the very best that life has to offer. In the future, however, their relationship is in trouble. This is one of the blessings of the Tarot. When we see an undesirable outcome, we can work to change it. And so with this, when I talk about an undesirable outcome, what we can always do is draw additional cards to see what can sway this, or look at other questions, such as is this option A and a solution, and is option B another alternative. So as we're still waiting for our caller, I'll go ahead and pick a card for the day. Let's see here. And then with this one, the card for the day is Justice. Justice is seeking balance in all things. It can indicate a legal issue. In this case, with it being upright, based on the supporting cards, we could say whether or not it's a positive outcome. But additionally, with justice, the thing to keep in mind is that justice is about balance. So when we're looking for justice, we need to be careful what we ask for, because sometimes justice is not exactly what we anticipated. And then pulling an additional card. And then it looks like we have a caller queuing up here. No? Okay. So we had another card jump out at us. Let's see what it was. The Ace of Swords, new beginnings, born out of need. And it looks like we have Tiffany with us today. Hello, Tiffany. How are you?
Hello, I'm good, thank you. And yourself?
I'm doing very well, thank you. Glad to hear you. How can I help?
Just wondering anything career, finances, health related.
Okay, so you're looking for a general reading then?
Yeah, please.
Okay, a general reading for Tiffany. Where are you calling from today, Tiffany?
Darlingford, Manitoba, Canada.
Oh, okay, Manitoba, Canada. Awesome. I've been through Canada. It's beautiful there.
Yes, it is.
General reading for Tiffany in Manitoba. Tiffany in Manitoba. Okay, let's see here. In the past position, I have the Six of Pentacles reversed. In the present, however, I have the Two of Pentacles. And in the future position, I have the Devil reversed. And this is good. So in the past, with the Six of Pentacles reversed, sixes is the number of decisions. Pentacles is the suit of your health and your wealth. And I can see with this in the reverse position that you were having difficulty being in the position to make decisions and follow through with them. However, in the present, with the Two of Pentacles, there is energy and momentum. It's still a bit of a balancing act with your health and your wealth, but it is a better position to be in. And the Devil reversed. Essentially, the Devil is about limitations as well as choices, things that we do that limit ourselves, as well as addiction. And in this case, with the Devil being reversed and in the future position, I'm going to say that you've moved through the situation where you are, where you're letting those limitations go. What supports you is the Ace of Cups reversed. So you've had some losses and stuff, but you've been able to move forward from them and use them as a springboard moving forward. So that with this Four of Cups, 4 is the number of foundations, and Cups being the suit of emotional fulfillment, you're now moving into a situation where you're going to be able to, and I'll hold the card up so that you can see, there's a young man looking at 3 cups and completely missing the 4th cup that's right in front of him. And so we have you being more in the position of being able to take advantage of all of your opportunities. Does this make sense?
Kind of.
Okay. Did you have a particular question?
Yeah, it's like just when I'm gonna start a new job, or if was planning on doing something with my girlfriend, and I'm just not sure. I'm a little hesitant on if it's a good idea or not. So.
Okay. So first we'll look at the job. Look at the future position for finding work. What's the future for her job? Job search. Job search for Tiffany here. What have we got coming? Okay, with the 9 of Swords reversed, 10 of Swords reversed, and Strength reversed. Okay. What's going to support you in finding this new job? Do you work in a legal field by chance?
No, right now I'm just a stay-at-home mom, and I do a little bit of hairdressing, and I work for the post office nearby.
Okay, the reason why I asked is one of the cards that I pulled is Justice reversed. So looking here, in the past position, starting from the beginning, I've got the 9 of Swords reversed, which means that you've been that you've been recovering from a setback of some sort. And that's solidified with the 10 of Swords reversed in the present. And the good news is that 10 of Swords being reversed to you is you're moving on from these setbacks that you've experienced. The card that accompanies that is Strength reversed, and Strength is about the ability to trust. In this case, we have you moving forward in such a way that you're being very cautious in the choices that you're making as far as finding this job. With that, with that job search, I'm thinking it's going to take you a while to come to any positive resolution with just doing a job search in general. Even though you've got some options that are open to you, I don't really see something beginning for you. So let's take a look at this opportunity with your girlfriend to see how this looks. Tiffany and her girlfriend doing a business together. What's the future of this business with Tiffany and her girlfriend? Okay, in the past position, I've got the Nine of Pentacles. In the present, I've got the Emperor followed by the Seven of Wands. Okay. Essentially, with the Nine of Pentacles, we've got you in a situation where nines are about that state of completion, but you haven't really let go of it just yet. And so, moving forward into the present with the Emperor, this is the person who is very dogmatic in their approach. They've experienced life in their rulership, and they know what works and what doesn't work, and they have a very compassionate side because they want the very best for their people. And then followed with that, I've got the Seven of Wands, and 7 is the number of change. 7 is also the number of strategy. So for this business with your friend, I would recommend being very strategic in the decisions that you make and with the investments of your time and your creativity. Because with the game of chess, the game is won at the beginning with the strategy rather than with the winning moves at the end. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So for this opportunity with her, it's going to be very slow moving at first, but it will begin to pick up energy. And the reason why I say that, you've got the Ace of Pentacles reversed to you. So that Ace is that new beginning, Pentacles being with your wealth, with this business. It's just experiencing delays. So plan for that, to know that you are going to, that things are going to take their time in moving forward for you guys. Along with that, you've got the Eight of Cups. It's not always going to feel very fulfilling. So I can see why you're hesitant about making the investment. But as this moves forward, as you, especially if you take your time and be very strategic in your investment with energy, you're going to be able to move forward and have some success with this. It's just going to take time. I see I've got about a minute remaining here. Did you have an additional question that you would like for me to look into to clarify this a little better?
No, that's great.
Okay.
No, I think that makes sense.
Okay, I wish I had better news for the business end of things, but I do think that if you're careful, you'll be successful with it.
Okay.
Okay, well, I do want to thank you for your call today, Tiffany, and I am very grateful for our time together, which is coming to an end. Thank you for tuning in. For your personal reading, find me at ravengale.com. That's RAVENGAYLE.com. Or message me direct on Facebook at Ravengale Tarot. Until we talk again, may you and yours have the very best of happiness. With thanks, blessed be.
Psychic Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Hallie Elise Show with Hallie Elise. Hallie Elise. Live from HallieElise.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Hallie Elise Show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
As always, I am delighted and excited to be here with you folks. If you didn't catch it when the announcer said live with Hallie Elise, I'm Hallie Elise. Always love that. They say my name so many times that if I forgot my name, I definitely would remember. I hope everyone is doing great this evening. It's been kind of interesting. We have Mercury in retrograde. We are coming off the tail end of the energies of the full moon, which always makes things very intense. I had something interesting that I'll share. I have this cute little car, little sports car, and I drive it carefully, not like an old lady by any means. But when I park, I usually park with distance so that nobody can get me, right? No joke. My car has been hit 4 times while it's parked. Can you imagine? I'm looking at this going, I'm one of these people who pays attention to sigils, to symbols, to things that happen, that there is messages. And I'm going, well, perhaps it's the moon. Perhaps it's Mercury retrograde. Or perhaps it's just time to say bye to my little car. Do you ever go through any of that where you seem to have that same thing over and over and over again? You're like, no, I don't see that. Nope, nope, I have the blinders on. I don't see anything. We all do that. And the reason I ask is because when it comes to intuition, oftentimes you have great intuition, but you're not paying attention. Kind of like my little car, bang, 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 bang. How many times can you take care of it until you say, maybe something needs to change? Think about this as opening a door for your intuition. If you find that you're often saying, I kind of knew that. Or a week after something, you go, I have a vague feeling about that. Isn't that interesting? Pay attention. It means that your doorway to, if you will, the esoteric or the metaphysical or just simply God and the divine and the universe are available to you. If you're receiving messages, if you're receiving little nudges, pay attention. Because I have to tell you, when you don't pay attention, all of a sudden it feels like something explosive happens where you absolutely positively cannot miss it. When you have to pay attention. You don't want to wait until that moment because it's there to serve you. It's there to help you. Really and truly, it comes down to we all are born with a level of knowing. Now, we can call it inner knowing or inner guidance or higher self. We can call it higher consciousness. I mean, there's so many different ways that we can address it. But it comes down to listening. You don't have to always go within, but it is wise to at least once every day take a moment and just get still. Like let go of your telephone. Put it in the other room somewhere and just take a deep breath. And just feel being in the moment. Doing something that simple can really make you aware of your inner connection, that higher connection that is there to serve you. I believe we have Cameron on the line from Sydney. Hi, Cameron. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Great. Did I say your name correctly?
Yeah, you did.
Okay, just checking. I'm a stickler about that because my name usually gets messed up 20 different ways. So I want to make sure I do the right thing. Did you have a specific question that you wanted to address, or would you like me to just kind of give you whatever comes in?
Yeah, whatever comes in would be great, please.
Okay. So the first thing that pops in is that you're a very sensitive being. I was just talking about listening to intuition. You've got really strong intuition, but I feel as if it shows up more often during your sleep time than anything. So you might wake up with a vague recollection or have a dream, like a sensation or a feeling, but I feel as if it's always with you, but it always seems to be just on the periphery, just beyond that absolute knowing. So some of what I was saying before, hopefully you heard, and hopefully you'll take a moment each day just to get quiet, even if it's for 30 seconds, because I feel like it'll activate that knowing so that it can come to the surface. That said, anybody who is sensitive like that tends to also be a sensitive being, which means feelings get hurt easy, even though you put on a brave front. Would you agree to that?
Yeah, I do.
Because I just get that you are highly sensitive, very bright. But your emotions, though, sometimes get in your way, meaning you obviously have intelligence as far as intellect, but you also have an emotional intelligence. And I feel like when you're upset, oh boy, it's best for people to leave you alone in that moment, because during that, you may not say the most pleasant of things if you're pushed. And it's interesting. Yeah. Because you're not one of these people who goes, all the time. That's not it. It's that if you have been pushed to that nth degree, you feel it so deeply that you have to respond. I'd like to make a little suggestion as far as that. When you start to feel yourself going over that edge, over that line, in your head, say to yourself, I can control this moment. And it doesn't mean that you have to control what's happening 100%, but it does mean that it gives you kind of like a breather to recognize that you're sensing something so deeply that you're going on auto response instead of using your intelligence, that IQ, you're using your emotional IQ. So hopefully this is making sense to you where you can actually grasp a hold of it. I feel like it could be of great benefit, especially when it comes to relationships.
Oh, well, yeah, seriously, like this makes so much sense to my life right now.
Okay. So again, just remember that sentence for yourself. I can control this. When you're saying this, it doesn't mean everything going on, but it means how you are responding in the moment so that it gives you that little bit of a pause where you can get more clear about what you really want to do or what you really want to say.
Okay.
Okay. That said, I really feel like your life in this lifetime in this world is about two huge things. One is recognizing that you don't have to be a doormat to be loved. And I'm not trying to be offensive, so please don't take it that way. I just feel as if a lot of times you'll just say, okay, and allow until it's too much. So that's part of one of your lessons, if you will, in this lifetime. And the other, really and truly, is for you to believe what other people see. And what I mean by that is, if somebody asks about you, like, oh, what do you think of Cameron? They'll profess all of your accolades. They will say what an amazing individual you are, and you don't recognize it. You have skills that you have not, right? Other people see, and I know this happens a lot of times, like somebody will say, oh, you don't see yourself, but you really don't. There's this part of you that says, oh, but I can do this and I can do that. And yet, if somebody compliments you or they make a suggestion that, well, why don't you branch out a little bit? Why don't you step out a little bit more? You're like, no, I'm good. You're not recognizing the fact that you actually have more skills than you're using. And I'm not just talking about interpersonally as far as relationships, but also out there in the world. I feel like you've kind of put yourself in a box, even though that's not really who you are. We are in 2020? Yes. 2025, 2026. So this year is the beginning of a push for you to allow yourself your own good. Because you've had enough strife the last 3.5, 4 years to last you for a lifetime. You don't need to repeat this pattern.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
And really, it's not a matter of will it come? It's a matter of, are you going to insist that it comes? Which means you have to be open to it. And that means you have to really, I'm going to say check yourself, because that's not so much what it is. It's more a matter of you recognizing that the previous way you were doing things didn't get you what you need, didn't get you what you truly want, what your heart desires.
Yeah.
From this moment forward and over the next 2 years here, the universe, God, they're going to conspire to assist you in bringing forth exactly what you want. I mean, think about it like this. Wouldn't it be nice to wake up where you're just smiling for no reason whatsoever?
Yeah, it would, yeah.
Right? Wouldn't it be nice to have the partner that you fully trust? And when I say that, I don't mean trust that they're not going to be running out on you, but trust with your heart. Like you can really say what you want to say and how you want to say it without worrying that they're going to take it the wrong way and you holding back. Because I keep getting a sense of discomfort at the lower part of the esophagus, at the opening of the stomach, going all the way down into the upper intestine, wraps around to upper middle part of that. All of that has to do with swallowing, taking it in, holding it down. It's time for you to shine in life.
Yeah.
I hope this is making some sense to you.
Yeah, it really is. Sorry, I'm not saying much. It's just a bit unreal how much this is making sense to me. Just before I got the call, I was just sitting in a bit of reflection, thinking about most of those things you've just mentioned. So I'm hoping I'm starting on that path to healing now. So that means so much to hear all of that.
So one other thing here, you don't so much have to heal as you just simply have to be who you're really supposed to be. You know, let go of all of the stuff that we learned growing up. I don't mean to be funny, but we hear what we're supposed to do and what we're not supposed to do based on our loved ones when they were growing up. They're not living inside of you. They're not living at this stage and age of your life in the same way that you are. I'm not saying be disrespectful. I am simply saying to stand in the light and allow yourself to really be who you are. The fact that you were in reflection a few moments ago simply means that the universe at large wanted you to have confirmation of these things. All right, my friend?
Okay. Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So glad you could be on with us this evening. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I feel so privileged to have gotten a reading from you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Have a wonderful night.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, I'm sorry, I have another person. Danielle, is it? Wichita? Yes. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay, how are you this evening?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. You say you're good, but I get some trepidation there. Is there any sort of discomfort about having a reading?
No.
Okay, just making sure. I hear like a little bit of hesitancy in the voice, but that's okay.
Mediumship.
I'm sorry, say that one more time about mediumship?
Mediumship. I was kind of interested in the mediumship.
I see. Yeah, I'm one of the people on the network that is not a medium. I do get, I'll say, snippets of messages from the other side, But if you're wanting me to say, oh, there is Uncle Sam, and he's got gray hair on one side of his head and brown on the other, and he was a record breaker, and I see him in full, garb, that's not me. But if you ask a specific question, I can usually tap into that realm and give you feedback, if that would help you.
I'll just go ahead and take a reading.
Okay. Was there a specific question in respect to the reading? Otherwise, just go with the flow of things.
Like love reading.
Okay. You're a tough cookie. Not a bad thing. It's just a matter of you have a lot here in your mind about the structure of how your romance is supposed to be, about how relationships are supposed to be. And I think you're entitled to think the way that you want. However, I get the sense that there needs to be a little bit more flexibility here, because I feel like you're sometimes cutting yourself off from what you could really enjoy. You know what it reminds me of? And it's going to sound funny, but I'm going to give an analogy. Like if you went out to dinner with somebody and they ate the meal with their elbows on the table instead of in their lap, and you were thinking, oh my God, their manners are terrible. And you're like, oh, I'm not going to talk to them again. When in actuality, they never eat like that, but they're just nervous. And you wouldn't know it, didn't give them another chance. So you follow me so far?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
I'm simply saying that the boundaries that you have are good because it's important to not settle. I know some people say, oh, you're at a certain age, you should just settle. This person's nice. No. I don't believe that. I believe we're supposed to have our hearts smile and our heads be happy and our bodies delighted. So if you're not having that, then yes, absolutely, stick to boundaries. However, again, there's a little tweaking that needs to be done here. I feel like it would benefit you, if you're up to it, to literally just sit down with a pen and paper and write down the traits, the essence of what you want in your romantic relationship versus color of hair, color of eyes, financial backing. And here's the funny thing. I love the idea of being with somebody who's bright and makes me smile and has money that we can just, at the drop of a hat, run off and do things, because that kind of brings me joy. You should, have the things that bring you joy. But again, so, all right, the best way to articulate this is when you're thinking of the relationship, when you're thinking of romance, think in terms of, like, when you wake up in the morning, what's the interaction? What are the words that you hear that inspire sweetness and good feelings? When you're thinking in terms of going away, what does that look like? What does it feel like? See, so I'm suggesting kind of take it out of our physical realm and actually put it into the ethers, because everything that happens in our world actually starts in the unseen. And I know that sounds like a little woo-woo, but science even proves it. They say to us that for us to see something in a certain way, we have to first look at it versus the other way around, meaning it doesn't exist first. We actually have to have a knowing about it or a desire for it to appear. And if you waffle because you have others that say, oh, well, you should only do this, or you should accept that, or you're too picky, or you are not too picky. Just so that we're really clear, you're not too picky. It's just a matter of adjusting how your perception is a little bit. Do you think you could do that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, because my heart tells me if you could begin to do that, we're in August, September, October, November. I would be surprised if you don't have truly what your heart wants by January. So it's pretty all around the corner, but it's just, again, tweaking a little bit, opening the door a little bit more. Let your perception guide you versus letting it be the hard rule. I'm reminded of being in school as far as, like rules are made to be broken. And we'd all get in trouble doing something that we shouldn't.
Yes.
They're a guideline. They're not absolutes. Okay. Right. So I know I'm not telling you anything that you don't know, but I just feel as if, especially the last 6 to 8 months here, as if there's been turmoil here for you.
Oh, yeah.
And you're just on the verge of moving out of it. And if you truly, again, want your heart to get what it wants, think about what we're talking about. It's just a little tweaking. It's not changing your whole world. It's not, losing a gazillion pounds and changing your hair. And it's none of that. Right. It is the essence that you with.
Okay, that makes sense.
One of the things that comes in really strong in respect to someone who's passed, I get a very strong male energy that seems to be around you a lot. And to me, this is I'll say a nurturing type of energy. It's like someone who would put their arms around you and let you know that all is well. I don't know if you
know if it was a certain name if I said it, or
yeah, if you have a name, I could tap in. Absolutely.
Maybe Justin, Chris, or Josh.
I'm leaning towards Chris.
Okay.
I just it's like a warm hug, and somebody wants to just be near you.
Thank you.
Absolutely, honey. Just know that they are around. And also, like I said, I don't always get, a whole lot, but I do get those tidbits. And know that you can talk to them, even though they're not physically here. They hear you. And then just look for signs with answers. So for instance, if you ask a specific question, if you get a sensation, identify what that sensation is, that can be a message. If you think you hear something, even if you're thinking you made it up, you're not making it up, it's actually a message. Or if you open a magazine or a book and all of a sudden there's a sentence that answers your question, again, you are being answered. And I'm getting major confirmation here from this individual. Like they want you to know you can talk to them and you can receive responses. It's just not in the way that it used to be when they were here.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Do you have a specific question you want to address?
Should I stay with my current boyfriend or not?
We're in August, September, October. I will say that clarity will come by October. My sense of this is hang in there a little bit longer. You'll be much more clear in October as to what you'd like to do.
Okay.
And then again, give a little thought to what we talked about, because I feel like you'll see things change in your world in a really very lovely way.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for calling in. I hope you have a wonderful night.
You too. Thank you.
My pleasure. What I was saying earlier is about things in the unseen before they're seen. I always find it fascinating when people say, oh, that's a bunch of hooey. It's that heebie-jeebie stuff. But the truth is, when Edison created, invented, he took it from nothing. When someone all of a sudden has a phenomenal meal that they've made, and you ask them, how did they do it? And they go, oh, I just put a pinch of this, pinch of that. I went by taste. They took it out of nothing and created it. We do this with all of life. We just often are not aware of the fact that's what we are doing. We think too often that things are contrived. We think too often that everything has to be a very stiff, rigid structure. It's not the case. We are energetic beings, and we have that electric magnetism for a reason. You ever read a story or see a movie and it talks about like two people near each other and you can feel or see the electricity between them, or you hear about someone that just had an incident. Maybe there was something wrong that happened. They had a fight with someone and you walk in and you can kind of feel the anger dripping off of them or the discord. These are all things that we're not seeing, and yet we know them to be true. I love the best example, and I always say this about air. Other than like if we cast a light on the air and we see little filaments periodically, we don't think in terms of, oh, I have to see the air to breathe it, right? We know that it exists. Everything in our life comes from nothing until it's something. It has to be perceived. It has to be created. It has to be developed in the unseen until it comes into the present. If there is anything going on in your world that you feel like you just don't have control over, or that you want to make a change, give yourself an opportunity to make a change first within your mind. Now, many people say, oh, you're talking about The Secret. You're talking about manifestation. I am to a little bit of a degree. However, long before the film and the book The Secret came about, there have been writings from philosophers and from magicians. And I don't mean the ones that pull magic out of the hat, but those that worked in ceremony and in ancient cultures. And there have been shaman, and there have been earth practitioners and holy men between, priests and rabbis. There are so many people that have shared tradition orally, as well as those that have shared written. And if you dig far enough back, you will find that so much that I'm talking about this evening has already been said many, many times. Give yourself an opportunity to get quiet and ask yourself, what do I need to know? Or ask yourself, what am I going to create? You can even use a great line, which is, now I remember how to do, and fill in the blank, even if you don't know how to do it, because you're tapping into all of consciousness when you do those types of things. You're taking it again from the unseen and bringing it into the seen. If you'd like to reach me, feel free to go to the website, HallieElise.com. Call me at the office at 561-755-2166, or check me out on social media. You may find that it's kind of scattered because I'm not on there as often as I should be.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. I hope wherever you are on this amazing planet of ours, you've had a sensational week, as lots of people have, and some people have had not so great week, but we're all alive. That's the main thing. We're all still alive. We're still breathing. We've still got opportunities. We've still got time for things to sort of manifest in the way that we want them to. And I think that's the thing. I think sometimes as human beings, we get a little bit out of kilter. We expect everything to happen with the snap of our fingers. We think of something, we want it, and we want it now. We don't want to sort of work for it. We don't want to plan for it. We don't want to wait for it to happen. When we were children, we had to wait for things like, birthdays, Christmases, special occasions. You didn't just have everything at your fingertips. You waited until you got that special something, or you worked hard and, you had a part-time job, whether it was a paper run or, hanging out someone's washing, whatever it was, but you saved up the money until you could get that special something. Today, it's all sort of so easy in a sense that I don't know that there's the same excitement anymore about, and a sense of achievement of being able to achieve what we need to achieve. So this week's Simply Tarot card of the week is the Wish card. It's the Seven of Swords. It's the card of plans, hope, and your wish card. It is the highest of the minor arcana cards. Now, when this card comes out in a reading, it doesn't necessarily mean all your wishes are going to be granted like a fairy godmother coming along. It just means that you have more opportunity there to bring the things that you want to fruition. So it's sort of like make your plans, hope on the stars, but make sure that you get up off the couch and put the effort into to making your wish a reality. It's one of those ambiguous cards because when I used to do a lot of teaching of tarot, and I did that for over 40 years, people would sort of say to me, oh, this card's got the rainbow flag in the background. Maybe that's what it means. It's connected to the gay society. Well, let me assure you, these cards were well and truly designed well over 100 years ago, I think before we even put a label on people's sexual preferences. So if that's what you want to believe and that's how you want to see the card, that's your choice. To me, it will always be the card of plans, hopes, and wishes. And it's something that, you can start to make some wishes. You can start to put your intentions down or put them on your fridge or whatever it is, your vision board, and start to bring your wishes to reality. But we have to put in the effort as well. They don't just happen because we've thought about it. We do have to be responsible for that as well. So this week the sun has moved into Virgo, so happy birthday to all the Virgos, and I have loads of Virgo friends. It's an interesting concept, me being a Sag, and I have lots of Virgo friends, as well as, lots of friends from all the other signs, but Virgo is probably one of the more predominant signs throughout my career, that if I've worked with somebody or I've attracted somebody into my life, it's usually been a Virgo. So maybe there's been a lesson there for me to learn to be more pedantic and think like a Virgo and not be so emotional about things. So there's always a reason why we attract certain star signs in our lives for a certain period of time. And it is so that we can learn about that energy, or we can learn and understand their idiosyncrasies and hopefully apply them to our day-to-day life. And that's why I'm mentioning it to you, because quite often people come into our lives and all of a sudden there's a run of a particular star sign and you think, what does that mean? Well, it means we need to learn to understand that energy and maybe learn to implicate that in our lives as well, or bring it on board as part of our toolkit. It's teaching us something. It's not just Virgos are the flavour of the month, or Aries or Sag or Leos or whoever it may be, or Pisces. It's just sharing with you that you need to learn a little bit more about this energy. So it's it's a very, very interesting week as far as astrologically is concerned, because when the sun goes into Virgo, all of a sudden everybody's attention, doesn't matter, regardless of your star sign, starts to think about oh, maybe I've got to get into the right shape for the next season coming up. Here in Australia, it's summer. I've got to get into my beach body. And for those of you in the Northern Hemisphere, it's like, oh, okay, I've got to get ready. I'm going to go ice skating. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I need to be in tip-top condition for that. So maybe I better start that diet I've been thinking about all year. And it's interesting how all of a sudden gym memberships go up under the Virgo time, because all of a sudden everybody's conscious of their physical health and getting ready for the next big season that's about to happen, whether it's summer or winter, that, you know, they're getting ready for the, you know, the Christmas festive season, and you want to look your best. So if you've been feeling that urge, you'll know now that's why. It's because the sun's moved into Virgo, and all of a sudden the emphasis is on your physical body and your physical health too. And it's a time where I think we need to, all the 12 signs need to take a little bit more care of their own physical health, and understanding when your body is tired, it's telling you it needs a rest. You know, you don't have to go and have a 3-hour sleep, but sometimes just a 5-minute rest, sitting down, clearing your mind off your devices is enough to refresh the mind, body and soul, that you can go again. I think in this very, very busy society, we tend to ignore the warning signs of our bodies telling us, you know, a little breather is a good thing. It enables your energy levels to go again so that you can keep moving. Mercury is still retrograde at the moment. Look, there's a lot of controversy at the moment of whether or not Mercury was actually finished going direct today. It has not, and it doesn't matter which hemisphere you're in. It has not finished yet. It will not finish until about the 30th of the month. So the end of this month is officially the end of the Mercury retrograde that's been in Leo. So if you have any important contracts to sign or anything to do before that due date, please make sure that you read them out aloud. Make sure that you're very, very clear, very confident in what you're signing, because this is where mix-ups happen, wrong dates, wrong figures get put on contracts. People don't have their listening ears on. They don't read something thoroughly, and mistakes are made. Now, just because Mercury turns direct on the end of the month, on the 30th, does not mean that automatically everything is okay. I always allow another 3 to 5 days for a little bit of maybe slight confusion there. I tend to be sort of overzealous with sort of allowing a bit of extra time with Mercury. I'd rather do that and make sure that I'm being very pedantic, very much like a Virgo, and really paying attention to detail and making sure I don't miss anything. Now, this can go for communication with loved ones or a boss or somebody that you need to talk to, whether it's a medical practitioner, an insurance company or whatever. Make sure that they fully understand what you're saying. Because a lot of times people are going, yeah, and they give you an answer that's sort of okay, but it's not quite the whole answer. So make sure you press for the full answer. So that's really important. So that's the whole 12 signs. Now I'm going to focus on where the predominance of the planetary action is this week, and it seems to be back in Gemini again. We've got Jupiter conjunct or holding hands the moon. The moon, we know, only sits in a sign for 2.5 days. The moon is conjunct or holding hands in Mars. Now, when I'm talking about Jupiter and conjunct or holding hands the moon conjunct Mars, I'm talking about Gemini, Libra, Aquarius, and the opposite sign of Sagittarius as being the most that will be affected by this. The other 8 signs, it'll just wash over you. It won't be quite as intense, but the energy will still be there. It will still affect you. So Jupiter's the planet of expansion, of luck and opportunity. And Jupiter sort of, you know, can expand our waistlines as well as our wallets. So we need to be careful here that we're not just poking food in our mouths because we're bored, because that's one of the signs of Gemini, is that you can become bored. So you flip from one thing to another. So with Jupiter here, we've got to make sure that we don't flip from one plate of food to another throughout the day and constantly grazing because we're bored. You know, stop yourself and say, hang on a minute, you had breakfast only half an hour ago. Your body doesn't need refueling. Why don't you go and grab a healthy snack rather than a donut? And really be conscious of that, because the last thing you want to do is to be eating and not thinking and putting empty calories in your body, which, you know, is not healthy. But, you know, it's okay for a little treat every now and then, but to make sure that you're putting healthy things in and making sure that you're really aware of what's going on, because sometimes with Jupiter here, and particularly in Gemini, we can just sort of go in and out of things and not really, understand what it is that we're doing. We're walking around in a little bit of a daze, and particularly here with the moon here, where the moon is the emotional trigger. Now, the moon can work in a positive way or a negative way. You know, the moon can really uplift our spirits and give us great confidence and make us feel fantastic and all those sort of things. But it can also work on the other way too. If you're feeling a little bit melancholy, a little bit down, a little bit disappointed about something, it sort of, in a sense, gives you a license to, oh, you can just have one more candy bar, or you can just have one more donut. Nobody will know, but you know. And you know that whether or not you're doing it and eating out of an emotional trigger, or are you eating because you're truly hungry, or you really just want a second donut? You know, like, I mean, you know, you are allowed to say, yes, I can have a second donut, but, you know, like, make sure that you understand what the triggers are for food. That seems to be a very big message that's coming through for all the 12 signs. It's not just the 4 that I mentioned. The final part of this is Mars. Now, Mars is the planet of action. Mars is the planet that gets us up off the couch, that gets us motivated. So let's hope that with Jupiter here sort of opening the door, showing us that there's opportunities for expansion, opportunity, we can get many things done. The emotional push is there from the moon saying, come on, let's go. We haven't got much time. And Mars rounds up the tail end of it and says, right, I'll give you the energy to make this all happen. Let's get up. Let's get cracking. Let's, you know, start to do some positive things in our lives. And I think that's a really good thing that, you know, if we start to look at things in a more positive slant, then maybe, just maybe, we'll get a lot of things done between now and the end of the year. Those things that we had on that list at the beginning of the year, you know, that list that we keep shoving in the back of the drawer, we'll do that next week. Well, maybe it's time to get it out and show it some daylight and actually see what we can cross off. You might be surprised at how much you've actually done unconsciously without even realising it. So we still have Neptune, the planet of illusion, delusion and creativity, is still in Pisces, still going retrograde, will be till towards the end of the year. Doesn't mean that creativity has stopped. What it means is it's going to come in waves. And this will affect, you know, mainly the water signs, Pisces, Cancer and Scorpio, and the opposite sign of Virgo, but it will wash over to the other remaining 8 signs. So it's a time where we need to find some creative solutions in our life. And creativity isn't always about sitting down, writing a song or painting a picture or being clever on your computer with your graphic arts program. It can be being creative in how you tackle life. You know, people need to be creative as they get older and their bodies don't work as well to find ways to keep up with their day-to-day living. For some people, they need to be creative at how they cook a meal because they can't stand up for very long, or they can't use their hands because they're arthritic. So, you know, you find creative solutions. You find that you buy vegetables that are already pre-prepared that makes, you know, you needing to use your hands less, things like that. So creative solutions don't always mean to be something creative as in creating something that's nice to look at by the eye. It can be finding creative solutions in your life. And that's what I feel Neptune's message is this week, is more about finding creative solutions that will work for you in your day-to-day life, no matter what your star sign is. Now, we also have Saturn, the planet of discipline, is still currently sitting in Pisces. We'll be there towards the end of the year, going retrograde as well. Now, Saturn is sort of easing off the reins a little bit as far as putting restrictions on us as people. He's sort of saying, okay, we can slow down a little bit. We can sort of, you know, take our time, make sure that we've got all the systems in place that we need, that we can then start to move forward again. And that's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. Sometimes I think we need to take a little bit of a breather, take a little bit of stock of where things are going, and then sort of look at where we go from here. And I think that's what Saturn's message is. It's okay to sit down occasionally and have a little think tank. It's okay to slow down and read over your notes or look at how much progress you've made to date before we have another surge again of going again. So just make sure that you work with the energies. The energies are all over the place at the moment. I know here in Australia, you know, we've sort of headed into summer really quickly and it's not even spring here yet, but I'm sure there's a cold snap coming. And I have friends overseas who are saying that, you know, they've headed into their earliest cold snap, you know, that the weather's turned drastically and had hardly any summer. So the weather is sort of all over the place around the world. So just make sure that you work with the energies. And this is partly why Saturn is saying to you, it is okay to have a little breather, to sit down, regurgitate, relook at some of the projects that you've been working on and see whether there's something that maybe you've missed, or, you know, write a list of what's the next steps and, you know, how we expect an expected time frame, those sort of things. You know, let Saturn work with you instead of against you. And I think that's the really important thing here. That's where we leave the astrology astrology section this week. We're going to talk with Sarah in Harlowtown in Montana in USA. Are you there, Sarah?
I am.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, sweetie?
I am just wondering about my work. I have a big job with a lot of responsibilities, and I just want to know if I'm where I need to be.
Okay. That's a really interesting question, Sarah, and it's a very valid question, because sometimes I think we get ourselves into situations and into jobs that we really, really wanted, and then when we get there and we've been there a while, we start to question, does this really fit me? Is this really what I wanted? Am I in the right place? Is this where I'm destined to be? Is this what my path is? And it's a very logical question. The first thing that they were showing me around that, as you were talking about that, was that I'm not completely convinced. It's almost like the jury's out, and I don't mean to sound very wishy-washy here, but it was like the jury was out to say if there was 12 on one side and 12 on the other side, there's one sitting in the middle that says, I don't know. And I think that's you sitting in the middle of saying, I don't know. When we start to feel things like that, Sarah, in my experience, that is usually the indication of, okay, we need to look at this. We don't need to make a decision today, but we need to look at this. So over the next few months as we head towards the end of the year, just keep a little diary, even if it's on your cell phone, of how you feel this week. Did I feel like I had a good week? I achieved everything I wanted to do. Do I like my job? And then next week, do the same thing, that when you go to look back at it, you'll see there whether there's more weeks where you really liked it or there's more weeks where you really didn't like it, and that will start to formulate your decision. I don't know that it's where you're meant to be, but I don't think there's meant to be a change yet. I'm sort of looking around May, June, July next year is when there will be a big decision, a big turning point in your life, and work will be just a part of that. It won't be the whole equation. So is there anything else that you can think that's coming up that might sort of fit into that time frame, Sarah?
In July?
Yeah, May, June, July next year was what they were showing me.
No, not really. I mean, like, our fiscal year ends in July, and it's kind of crazy around my office. So I'm thinking about demoting. Right now I'm higher up, and I'm thinking about demoting and doing kind of an easier job that I'm really comfortable and good at. And that's where my apprehension is.
Okay. Yeah, but that might be where what I'm seeing coming in. I don't want to see you make that decision today. I think it's too premature. I think we need to go through a process of elimination. If you take a demotion, then obviously you're taking a pay cut. Then you're obviously...
I would be in 6 months, so that would be around, let's see.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that would be around,
Let's just work through this. I mean, okay, you'd take a pay cut in 6 months' time. You'd go back to a job that you feel comfortable in, that you feel that you know that you could easily do, would be less pressure. My concern would be, would in time you become bored with that? Would it become too easy? Would there be no excitement to get out of bed and go to work? That's the problem when you take a demotion, is, yeah, it looks good in the rear vision mirror. Yes, I was happier then. But then if you were happier then, why did you accept a promotion? Do you know what I mean? You were keen to go up the corporate ladder. I mean, I'm not trying to talk you out of it. I'm trying to look at it from every angle before you make a decision. I still think you need to give this a little bit of time. I think at the moment, you're overtired. I think you're tired on every level. If you could have a week vacation and do nothing, I think would be good, and let your body just recharge and come back to it, and then see how you feel in 6 weeks' time.
Yeah,
if you still feel this way, if you still feel this way at the end of the year, then by all means go to your boss and say, in 6 months' time or whatever, I want a demotion. I want to, I can't keep doing this at this pace. I'm getting burnt out. I was more comfortable at this level, and have a conversation then.
Okay.
And then, if he says, yes, okay, great, in the new year you can start in your lower position, But, your pay adjusts at the end of June, fine, so be it. Or he might say, look, I really want you to stay until the end of the physical year. Then you've got an end date, haven't you? You've got something to work towards. I just think to go in there and sort of drop that in their lap at the moment, I feel would be a mistake. I think there needs to be a little bit more thought here. There is big changes coming up. And to me, what was happening next year was not just the decision around the job. There was something else. So are you thinking of renovating or doing something different to where you're living, or maybe moving or something like that? There was something else that was around this as well.
No, I mean, my partner and I, we've been together for 7 years. We've been thinking about getting married, but he's not in any rush and I'm not in any rush.
Right, okay. But that might be something that you decide somewhere in the next 6 to 8 months that let's have a very simple ceremony in May, or, most people tend to want to get married in warmer weather.
Yeah, I mean, we've kind of just talked about going to the Justice of the Peace and just doing it. So, I mean, maybe.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? I mean, that's a major life-changing event. So, to me, there was something else that was changing in your life at the same time as the changes or the decisions around the work. And that's why I brought up those 3 months, because that's what they showed me.
July, I had a really, really close friend of mine pass away this July. And it was very significant for me.
Yeah, so obviously next July is going to be tough in that month because it's going to be the 1 year anniversary. So,
yeah.
Look, I mean, when we lose somebody that's very close to us, I mean, it does make us sort of stop and think and look at our lives and say, what can I change? What can I improve? It all of a sudden makes us realise that we're not here forever. So that might have been the trigger for starting to look at this in a different way and sort of saying, I'm really not happy with this job. Yes, the money's nice, but I don't need all the stress and headaches and everything else. And if that's the case, that's fine. But I just want you to take a little tiny bit more time, maybe go and have a conversation with your boss, but not today. I want to see you leave it for at least a month, let the Mercury retrograde completely get out of the road. Your thinking might change. And it may not either. It might become very strong and very clear that precisely that's what you need to do. But I really would suggest if you can have a week off and just put your feet up on the couch and watch some strange movies on Netflix or something like that and lose yourself in them and not think about anything, I think that would be the best remedy at the moment. And then your thinking will become really super clear.
Awesome. Yep. I can definitely do that.
Okay, Sarah. Well, it's been lovely to talk to you. That's where I've got to leave it now, sweetie. Keep us posted. So we're going to talk to Danielle in Davenport in Iowa in the USA. Are you there, Danielle?
Yes, I am.
What's your question, sweetie? How can I help you?
I honestly, can you connect with people that have passed?
If they choose to come through in the very limited time that we've got, yes, I can, but I can't guarantee. We don't have a direct dial telephone, sweetie. Usually, most of the time, people want a question answered that isn't necessarily a question for spirit. It's quite often usually something.
And is it any type of question, really?
It can be any question that's bothering you. Usually, when people phone into the show, they've got something on their mind. That's why I ask, what's your question?
I do have epilepsy, and recently I was told I have to have a pretty invasive brain surgery.
Ooh.
And I can't decide if I should or not. And it's like I've kind of been wondering if it's going to be for the best or not.
Okay, all right. First and foremost, medical questions around the world, we have restrictions on depending on the location. So just as a blanket thing, I always say to people, I can't answer a medical question, but I can look at it on an energetic level. I'm not a doctor. I can't give medical advice, but I can look into your soul on an energetic level and give you what I get there. And the first thing that I'm picking up on a soul level as you were talking about that is you need a second opinion. There needs to be somebody else that you need to go and talk to and go away and then think about it. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. On an energetic level, I feel it's probably something that's going to be very necessary. But I think there's a little bit of breathing time here that we can analyze, look at, ask questions, understand the whole procedure, understand what the expected outcomes is. What are the risk factors? All these things need to be taken into consideration. And I can certainly understand your fear of going into something like this, which is, probably not something they do every minute of every day. It's something that, would require a very high level of skill. Any surgery is a risk, so I understand that. But on an energetic level, they were showing me once this is done and the healing starts to work and you come out the other side, it's sort of like everything goes to a gallop. At the moment, everything's on this, very slow. I can barely put one foot in front of the other is how they're showing me on an energy level. And they're showing me after the operation and you come out the other side and you come home from hospital, you go from this very slow, steady walk to almost galloping very quickly. So to me, that's a good sign that it's a good procedure, that it's the right thing for you, that it's going to help you in whatever way that they've predicted, and probably even better outcome than what they've predicted. But again, it's something that you've got to go into feeling very comfortable that you're informed with every piece of information that you can. And I'm one of these people, I'm not skeptical, but I always think when we've got to go and face surgery, we need at least two opinions, because everybody sees things slightly differently, and everybody looks at your condition, your history, maybe through a different lens. And then that way, if two people are telling you pretty similar sort of outcomes and pretty similar advice, then you go away and you think about it, you sit with it, you talk it over with family and friends, and then you make your decision. And then, I think a lot of times operations are more successful if we can go in to the hospital in a positive frame of mind that this is right. It actually speeds things up. It speeds up the healing. But if we go in there and we've got all these questions and we're upset and we're not sure and we're confused, and it actually works in reverse. So that's why I want to see you when the time comes, if it's right for you, that we do it in a way that you go in the best informed way that you can, that you're positive, you're happy to be there, and you're expecting an amazing result. And that's what I can see for you. Anyway, that's where I've got to leave it, Danielle. Unfortunately, we've come to the end of the show, but I wish you well, and I know you'll make the right decision as far as your health is concerned. It's really interesting when we have people like Danielle, are facing a major decision like that around their health. And, from time to time, we all face major decisions that we don't know what to do. And sometimes I think it is really important to get a second or third or even fourth opinion on something, particularly connected with your health. If you're not comfortable with what you've been shared, the information that's been shared with you, continue to go until you get to feel comfortable. You mightn't get any different answer, but if you get told it often enough, then, well, this is the expected outcome. For many of us, we have lots of things in our lives that we need to make decisions on. And it's, it's a bit of a tricky time. And as I said, Mercury retrograde, another 2 or 3 days. So just be patient. Then allow about another 4 or 5 days after that for Mercury to sort of get back in the groove of being normal, so that our thinking will be clear and we won't be sort of so much on the edge of our seat wondering whether or not we're making the right decisions. This week I want to leave you with an old song, but it's a beautiful old song. And it's something, I'm showing my age here. This is back in this, well, I'm not going to say. But anyway, it's Boss Skaggs, and what can I say? So until next week, what can I say? Enjoy Boss Skaggs. Bye for now.
Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. I am Suzanne Marie, your host for a little bit. I am a clairvoyant and a light trance medium, which means I can see past, present, and future, and I can speak to past loved ones. So good to be here tonight. I hope that everyone is feeling loved and cared about and safe. I am kind of excited about the full moon yesterday. It was in Taurus, and with Taurus, it's just all about really dealing with a lot of our self-care, doing things for yourself, making sure that you have what you need, and like any other full moon, eliminating things that no longer benefit us. But it's really a grounding